Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Korasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. Thank you. Everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that the August 15th to 17th City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 7.3, Council calendar changes, 9.4, Police Commission membership report, 9.5, new investment response, verbal report, and a replacement report for item 10, motions pending, 10.8, specialized recreation programming, and deletion of item 9.1, regional update, verbal report.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda?
Can we get a seconder, please?
Oh, is that second? Second by Councillor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the July 4th, 6th, 2022 City Council meeting, the July 5th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the August 10th, 2022 special City Council meeting.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded it. Any questions on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. There are no protocol items that I know of. Okay, select items for debate. Please sign up. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select 6-1 and 7-1.
6-1, 7-1.
7-5.
Just hold on. 7-5. Yep.
And 9.4, please.
$9.4. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I like to select 9.5.
9.5. Okay, got it.
Oh, apologies, and I'll do 9.3 for time specific.
9.3.
I think that's all that must select.
Councillor Wright.
Could I select 7.4, please?
7.4. Is it for voting purposes or?
I just wanted to ask a question of administration, just to see if we could expand the request.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will select 7.2. Okay. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to select 9.4.
Just hold on. 9.4 has been already selected by Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank
Any-
you.
Okay, anything else?
No, I
Okay,
think
got
that's
it.
from me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Can someone move the balance of the reports, please?
So moved.
Councillor Knack,
Second.
second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you read back what we have already approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council has approved the following reports. 7.3, council calendar changes. And there is one in-camera report that was also approved. 9.2, City of Edmonton council member appointments to Alberta Municipality Board of Directors.
Thank you so much. Request to speak. I would like to explain to the members of the public who have registered to speak on two items. The Healthy Streets Operations Center as well as on the Prairie Sky Gondola, that our process is that in order for to hear from members of the public, usually we hear that at committee, not at council, unless there are very exceptional situations, which was the case when we had two members of our Chinese community. We lost them due to attack on them, and at that time we made the exception to hear from community members at council. So in this case, I would not recommend that we hear from members of the public. We have been engaged with community, and we will continue to engage with committee and other stakeholders as well on many other projects. We just want to be mindful and respectful of council's procedures. Other choice will be for us to refer these items back to committee, which means having a decision delayed, which is not in the best interest of the community either, right? So I would recommend that we don't hear from members of the public on these items. Okay. With absolutely tremendous amount of respect, and we will continue to engage with the community on these items. All right, so that's a request for specific times on the agenda. Is that have been approved as part of the agenda approval, Madam Clerk?
So we've got two requests.
Okay.
Two recommendations. 9.3, the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority. We'd like that membership report dealt with at 11:30 this morning. And then the second item would be time-specific. Right now, it says first item of new business for item 9.4. We'd actually like to make that time-specific at 1:30. We
Okay.
believe you could deal with 9.3 in the 30 minutes before lunch, please.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move the request for time specific, that the following items be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 9.3, membership report at 11:30 a.m. on Monday, or today. And then item 9.4, which was previously scheduled as first item of new business today, to be dealt with time specific at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. Need a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. Okay. And that is carried. And Madam Clerk, just to be clear, 7.2 will be dealt with on Wednesday, first item
That's correct.
on the agenda, August 17th. Okay, got it. vote on the bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of item 8.1, item 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11. And that's it.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, 8.12, and 8.13.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of item 8.2, 8.3, 8.12, and 8.13.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of 8.1, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, and 8.11.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
One more, Mayor Sohi.
Yep.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 20189, bylaw 20211, bylaw 20212, bylaw 20213, bylaw 20214, bylaw 20215, bylaw 20216, and bylaw 20217.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Hamilton? Thank you. We have all the,
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, cool. Councillor inquiries. Councillor Tang?
Yes, at this time, I'd like to put forward the inquiry for administration to provide a report on the Corner Store Grant Program, including the planned and achieved outcomes of the program, its current status, and plans for the future. Due date, the standard 13 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. All right, and request to reschedule reports, none. We are on our first item, which is the unfinished business. Madam Clerk, this is 6.1.
6.1 and 7.1.
6.1 with a cross-reference, right? Okay, got that together. All right, I think I understand that we have, so we are into discussions now on our first item, which is the Healthy Streets Operation Center, Chinatown. And I'll go to our city manager for our presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council. I'm here to provide an update on the Healthy Streets Operations Center, which is a working title that will be replaced by a name we jointly come up with the Chinatown community in the due course, if it's approved. Joining me today are Deputy Chief Darren Durko, Ananya Okara, Chief Operations Officer, and Justin Crickler, Chief of Staff from the Edmonton Police Service, and Chair John McDougall and Matthew Barker are also here from the Commission, and of course Jennifer Flaman here from our DCM. Council discussed this matter previously when members of the Chinatown community appeared in chambers to discuss their concerns about community safety. A local center was among their specific requests. They strongly feel that community needs not just a visible presence of staff, but a center from which staff can respond quickly and where community relationships and understanding can be built. Since then, Edmonton Police Service and Administration have been working through what the center might include. We envision a multi-partner collaborative operations center that reflects our belief that community safety and community wellness go hand in hand. There must be enforcement to address actual criminal and inappropriate behavior, and but there also must be social supports to address mental health, housing, and other social challenges. This approach is consistent with the vision of community where we show compassion for people who are struggling, but we do not accept harmful behavior on our streets and in our communities. A report about the center came to Council in July. It included information about what the center would do, a business case for its operation, and some preliminary estimates about short-term setup and operating costs. We are now able to provide much more additional financial and operational information. I will provide an additional information in three key areas. First, governance of the center. Secondly, collaboration with social agencies. And finally, details on funding. So we've advanced our thinking on the governance model for the Operations Center, and consistent with our vision about community relationships, enforcement, and social supports, we've identified in this case the need for a four-pronged structure, which would have the city, the Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, the Homeward Trust, and Edmonton Police collaborating in the running of this center. This approach is a logical next step in work that is already underway. For example, we already have frontline partnerships with community outreach transit teams, and we're seeing solid results from some of that work and them working in collaboration. The community property safety team already brings collaboration between fire and peace officers. We have existing partnerships with Homeward Trust so that outreach workers can connect vulnerable people with housing, and so people are moved from camps into safer arrangements where possible and where they're willing to go. And we are also advancing this model of integrated response with our work in transit safety and security right across the transit system. What is different about this center is that it would be initially a hub in Chinatown from which staff from all teams can deploy into the community more efficiently and specifically responds to the requests from Chinatown. The Human-Centered Engagement and Liaison Partnership, or HELP, unit in Edmonton Police Service is built on existing partnerships. Multidisciplinary teams will work with collaboratively with Boyle Street Community Services, the Mustard Seed, Boyle Macaulay Health Center, Native Counseling Services of Alberta, Bent Arrow, and George Spady Society to off-ramp people to on independence and sustained positive outcomes. The HELP unit navigates individuals to the appropriate service providers before they're entrenched or caught up in one of a more complex judicial system. And HELP focuses on those individuals at greatest risk for victimization and offending, and at greatest risk and harm to themselves, others, and the community as a whole. Each of the social agencies listed here is part of an ecosystem of agencies that help vulnerable people meet their needs, whether it's wellness, safety, or shelter. And through outreach to people and information sharing between organizations, we can get people to the services they need. And this gets back to Council's desire to get the appropriate services at the right time to the right person. As part of our support for community safety and well-being, we also partner with Edmonton's homelessness system planner, Homeward Trust. And Homeward Trust is, of course, funded by all orders of government and was created by the city to lead the response to homelessness. They manage the by name list, which is a real-time list of people known to be experiencing houselessness. They're at the intersection of houselessness and affordable housing and coordinate closely with homeless serving agencies. Our work with Homeward Trust includes supporting both the people who can connect vulnerable Edmontonians with services and supporting the organizations that provide shelter and support services. And having them as part of this team provides essentially a housing agent within the team to provide navigating services to housing. The reality, though, is that not everybody wants these services. Many vulnerable Edmontonians have experienced trauma and may not feel safe in emergency shelters. We are working with partners to improve shelter standards, as you know, based on the standard we have set at the city. And we're working to create more appropriate housing and support programs over the longer term. We have neither the legal nor legal authority to move people into homeless shelters or addictions programs if they don't want to go. And people have the right to be in our city, whether that's in downtown, Chinatown, or elsewhere. We do have the authority to address behaviors that pose a public safety risk, and that is where we will be focusing our efforts. In terms of funding, our current focus, community safety and well-being work generally, and the public safety plan submitted to Alberta means that we have increased resources both at the city and for EPS already in Chinatown in this fiscal year. The Chinatown community asked for additional support. The city provided it in the weeks and months following the tragic incident in the spring. And the question now is whether this element of Chinatown operational focus continues past December of this year. I do want to reassure you that basic levels of community services will continue to be provided, whether or not this plan gets approved, as they are across the entire city. In addition, there are many other areas of focus: cleaning public spaces, promoting businesses, or opioid responses, which are part of the comprehensive public safety plan, which will continue. And those are all funded for this fiscal year, and we will put funding recommendations in the fall budget for the following 4 years in accordance with our community safety and well-being strategy and implementation plan. After this update, the discussion on the motion from the July 4-6 council meeting will continue. As you'll recall, it was moved that funding for the Healthy Streets Operations Center be approved on a multi-year one-time basis for 23 and 24. For a total cost of $15.2 million to be funded from the community safety and well-being funding held within financial strategies. Before you today is a decision about the next steps, the challenges about balancing citywide priorities, the significant needs of one particular community for now, and the limited resources we have available. With funding approval today, administration and EPS and our other partners will begin planning to have this center continue beyond December 2023. If the funding is not approved today, administration and EPS will plan how to balance resource requirements across the city to the best of our abilities. Given the importance of resources to the decision, I will provide a bit of an update on conversations with other orders of government. But just to be very specific, in terms of the City of Edmonton resources as part of this funding model, it does include 4 peace officer sergeants, 16 community peace officers, 2 community safety liaisons, and 3 firefighters and fire prevention officers that we don't have at play just now. As you recall, last month, Council passed a motion that a letter be sent to Alberta asking for funding for the Healthy Streets Operations Center. The letter was sent on July 5th, and it included a request for $18 million over 4 years in financial support. The motion covers 2 years, so that is why the funding level is different between that request and what we're in front of you today. To date, administration has not received a formal response from the province, and we know of no response to either the mayor or the councillor, any councillors at this point in time. In the absence of a response from the province, the funding level outlined in the motion is the amount needed for the centre to proceed for the next 2 years. And with that, we would be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Corbold, for the presentation. And I just want to reiterate what we heard from our city manager, that we did send a letter to the province for support to operationalize this center. And so far, we have not received any response whatsoever from the provincial government on this request. Just a procedural question, Madam Clerk. We had a motion on the floor from the previous council, so that is the motion that remains. That needs amending because of the new change in the funding requested? Because it's now 15 million over 2 years.
So we, happy to take amendments. The
Yeah.
motion on the floor has been the one that was laid over from July.
Yeah.
It was moved by Councillor Hamilton and Cartmel, and it's on the screen right
Yeah.
now. And if you would like to amend it, now might be a good time.
Yeah, so if somebody, whatever the amendments would be, if somebody could move. Councillor Rice, you want to, oh, just hold them before I go to questions. Just want to make sure that we are clearly on the right motion. So Councillor Rice, do you want to amend that?
Yes, happy to move that amendment and for the lumber and for the, I don't have exactly wording on the screen right now. And then just along with the lumber presented by city manager today. So is that his amendment? And for,
So maybe we'll just take a few minutes.
Yeah, just take a few
Because I don't
minutes
have
and
it either.
come
We'll
up with the
just get
right
it and
numbers.
then
In the
queue.
meantime, we'll go to questions, but there'll be amendment coming to this number. So Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this item, so I'll go to you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to administration and all of the partners that are here today. I know you've done a lot of work on a very, very short timeline. You know, I'll also want to recognize, I know there's still many challenges in Chinatown, but as I pass through the area multiple times a week, and I certainly have noticed more of a presence. So really want to thank the resources that have been allocated there, both our peace officers and EPS. I'm also, you know, so excited to hear the recognition that safety is a really holistic endeavor, that we need a multi-partner collaborative approach, and wonderful to see that embedded in the structure of the operations center. So I just had a few questions around that, though. I noticed that none of the other partners, that there's no funding allocation for any of the other partners as part of this request. So I'm just wondering how those other agencies will be able to participate fully in both the governance and service provision.
I would say initially, Councillor, that, for example, with Bent Arrow, we have a collaboration and funding for them already as part of the COT program. And when we chatted with Cheryl, we think we can do this with kind of under the current arrangement with transit safety, where they were initially funded. We thought about coming for more resources, but the reality is we've not been able to hire the resources we're funded for now. So to the full extent, for example. So we don't believe we need additional resources at this point in time. We may further assess that over the fall, but for example, some of the money that has been set aside for transit safety is surplus, quite frankly, because we haven't been able to hire all the social workers Bent Arrow needed to provide that. So that would be the initial view. I think we have to review that as we get closer to the fall budget and think about 4-year commitments to this thing. I would say the other thing is that from an EPS perspective, the help teams that they have funded, again, we would see those, and that's why I highlighted some of those partnerships, because they are funded to a degree already, and we can use those kind of resources on the ground in this case. So.
Great. Well, thanks for that. And that actually leads to my next question as well. So, you know, I think a lot of the intent of bringing in more partners is that it takes pressure off of EPS, that when it is more sort of the the social issues that are being faced, that it's not a burden on your officers. But I just wonder how that works with the reliance on help in this instance, because I believe that you sort of always need an officer to call in the referral to help. So just wondering if there were other options explored in terms of that public access to crisis diversion, which again is available to the public, and they could call that rather than needing to have a police officer involved.
Yeah, I think what we're finding though is that even now, because help is, it's just been, people are more aware of it and stuff, that when the call for service even comes in, it's being diverted right to them directly. So that we're not sending a patrol car first and then help. So the evaluation of the call for service is being done early, and we're able to dispatch help right to the call. Additionally, we have 2 teams that are working right out of D Division that are available to our members, so that they have that partnership where they work out of the same office and stuff as well.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great evolution of the program. And again, maybe just back to administration, did we explore potentially integrating crisis diversion 211 as part of the operations center?
I don't know, but we can certainly take that away, and I don't think it would be a problem doing it. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
And I just wanted to add, Councillor, to your question. I think the other thing that's important to notice in terms of the resources added in this case is the fire prevention, which is new, which is because we're having quite a few challenges doing anything in that area right now as part of this in terms of what we've tried to stand up immediately. But that's going to be critical to fire safety within Chinatown as well.
Yeah, and I really want to commend Edmonton Fire Rescue Services for coming in as a partner in this. I know that the community really values the work that you're doing already with problem properties, and I think your presence there will be exceptionally helpful. I'll mind my time, and I'll follow up with another round of questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I'll just remind council members and that when you're at the tail end of your 5 minutes, please leave some time for administration to answer the questions. So we are following, all being fair to each other. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to follow up with you, Mr. Corbould, on the governance, because I had a similar line of questioning to Councillor Stevenson. In one of the partners that I saw missing was REACH from this governance model. So I'm wondering, being that we fund this nonprofit entity to do community safety, why they don't seem to be at the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a specific exclusion, Councillor, but we did feel that in this case with the work we wanted to expand the work of Bantero, the housing agent. We are working with REACH as a key fundamental partner in our community safety and well-being anyways. So I don't think anybody that we're partnered with in the community safety and well-being can't be part of this. But I think in the time we've had, we've found some very specific governance folks that between the four of us can get together to make some specific and agile decisions on Chinatown specifically in this operation. So I also we didn't want to have 20 partners at the table because then it becomes not as agile. And certainly I would have no problem with them being at the table because they're good partners with us. So if that was a particular one we wanted to add, I would.
Yeah,
be happy to take
I
that.
think with the crisis diversion, the 24-hour crisis diversion, I feel like that is a huge gap. Quite frankly, that's my feedback regarding this. And as somebody that's appointed to the REACH board as an advisor, I see the great work that they do, and I do feel like. With the four, it's great that you have those four. I have no problems with those four. However, I do see a gap there, even in terms of coordinating. And I asked the question, and I know Councillor Jans brought it up before, but, they're running on very little, number of vans. Like, should there be a van dedicated to the downtown core with REACH? And that's a question I have, and I wonder if you've explored that.
Yeah, I don't think we've explored it in detail, but we're happy to take that back and certainly happy to take that direction. I have no concerns with them being involved in this. Yeah.
And then my second question is, so for point number 3 with the community standards and neighborhood branch, the increase, so is that where the fire services amount is coming from, that 2.9 million? Because I see two parts of the motion are related to Edmonton Police Service budget, and then one is a city branch. But I'm just trying to see where those new fire suppression officers come into play in that budget.
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm the numbers. So if you give us a minute to do that, I know they are in the 15.2 million, but yeah, I will.
Okay, because I just want to make sure the motion, because I'm pretty sure Community Standards and Neighborhoods branch wouldn't be the branch that fire services is under. So that's a question that I had regarding the wording in the motion, and if there needs to be an amendment to make that more clear. That was my question there, because I absolutely, and I have one further question, I guess, just in terms of what is, we haven't had a map that really showed what is the area that we are talking about here. Like, does it include Macaulay? Does it include some of those other areas where we know we've had major concerns on fire? If we are adding that fire piece, right? So is it just the main, primary corridor of Chinatown, or what is that kind of circumference of area, I guess, is a question I have.
Certainly focused on the core aspect of Chinatown, but as we're already noticing, when we have success in this area, things can move into different directions. We chose not to get, when we draw lines on maps, we get into trouble, and we've seen this in other areas. So I think everybody understands that this is going to be at the epicenter of it is in Chinatown. As operationally required, we would see it moving, in and around the area. If there was a major decision required, say we have huge success with this over 6 months, and we now think we would need to perhaps move the thing to an entirely different part of the city, then that would be something I think we would come back to council on and brief council formally. But I didn't really want to draw a line on a map, because if something happens 200 meters on the other side, why would we not respond? And so the sense is it's an epicenter in Chinatown. We'll work with that, and we'll see where the work takes us, quite frankly.
Perfect. That's all my questions, but just if you could follow up when you have the answer on the fire piece of that.
Okay. Yeah, so it was included in the branch budget. The idea is they would just do an in terms of clarity of leadership, they would just do an inter-transfer to police or to fire.
So what is that amount to fire that's transferred from that 2 point? And I'm sorry.
Yep.
I can do another round if. Maybe I'll see if another counselor has
Yep.
that same question. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
We'll confirm that.
Yeah, we'll get that answer. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, administration and the various partners for putting this work together. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the community for coming out today, even though you're not speaking, but I think your presence sends a very loud and clear message. I had a lot of questions last time. I think I still have quite a few, and some of them might be a carryover from last time because you didn't have the answers at the time. So I think first I want to start on can someone walk me through on a day-to-day basis, what would this look like and feel like? What would the hub be doing? What would it feel differently on the street?
The key difference in terms of feel on the street, Councillor, is presence. But not just presence of enforcement, presence of navigators and supporters to provide social services. So we have seen this part of it, and as I think has been mentioned, there is a different feel on the street in Chinatown because we are doing this today. So this is not a proposal. This is talking about sustaining this beyond a period of time. And so that's essentially the difference. Is there is more presence on the street. One of the other concerns you may recall we heard from Chinatown is, why do the business people have to report incidents as opposed to us reporting and seeing for ourselves and going to those places? So that's the huge difference in terms of what we'd see on the street and the feel, and I think we've validated that with our presence so far. In terms of how it operates, it really is about, because you have a multi-agency organization now that is much more complex based on what we've proposed, those people on any given shift need to meet in a place, need to update each other, perhaps get the latest information and intelligence on what's going on, formulate a plan, share each other with information. So they would do that initially at the shift start. And then they would also confirm their sort of deployment plan for the day as a multi-agency team. Okay. And so that's part of the purpose of the center. And then also what Chinatown wanted is for that to be rapidly deployable from within Chinatown. So they would show up to work at the center, deploy out of there. So, okay. And we can add a bit more detail from EPS perhaps if you'd like. But.
Yeah, and so none of that includes case management. That was the answer I think I got last time. Just want to confirm if that's still the case.
So what would be happening is, yes, we are providing presence, but then on the back end would be case management. So some of the work that's already happening with the help team at the Wichitoan building is working with the specific clients, those focused on social disorder. The reason we are still doing this is because there's a social disorder element to what we're seeing in Chinatown, Alberta Avenue, but there is also a crime and victimization aspect, and we still do need to have officers working in those respective areas, addressing that with the appropriate means.
Okay, so you are essentially what HELP is doing, kind of including more of the street level presence, but focusing on the location within the community. And I think Deputy Yim had mentioned that, you're currently doing that social navigator and EPS officer pairing with the downtown division. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I think just to clarify too, I know part of this is that, let's say if it's gonna be arsons or fires in the neighborhoods and stuff, then Edmonton Fire would take the
Sure.
lead on that, and we would support in any way we can. So it's not always gonna be focused like on the police are gonna be taking
Sure.
the lead on this. It's all gonna be whatever we're dealing with at the time and who has the authority.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling with is how does this stack up with these other things that's happening? Not just what's happening currently with the current, deployment in Chinatown, but everything that's happening with HELP, with the headquarter, with our multidisciplinary teams, et cetera, and with the downtown division.
Yeah, they're gonna work in unison more than anything, and I know Councillor Stevenson brought it up, is, this takes the pressure off police. Well, I think a lot of this takes the pressure off some of these other agencies as well, that when we're working together and supporting one another, that we're able to follow through on this, and that includes all the supports like the help teams and anything from Alberta Health and.
So I just want to sneak a quick question in there. The Homeward Trust, the pathway out of poverty, which is housing support. So this is kind of new for this, on top of all the housing services that exist in all the social services in the area.
Sorry, Councilor, we just felt it was important to have like a housing agent as part of this specific team if we were going to field it.
Even though there's housing agent all around. in the
There is
community.
around, but we thought that would be a gap, and we wanted to make sure, I think in the same way as
Okay.
Councilor Rutherford was thinking for REACH, we thought we really need some sort of
Oh.
navigator in housing as
Okay.
part of this team.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I just want to confirm, so to the city manager, we haven't heard back from the province on this?
No. We've asked about the question, and from an administrative perspective, we said, we sent our letter, we haven't got a response, and they were unable to confirm or deny whether or not the province would be contributing, and we have not received a formal response.
Has the province indicated, last time we were having some of these debates, we weren't aware that the murder, alleged murder in Chinatown had not, I guess, had been dropped by the RCMP and potentially in contact with EPS. I understand EPS is investigating. Have we heard anything from the province about their role in disorder in Chinatown and dropping off people there following prison or other institutional time?
No, but I think the difference between those two topics, I haven't specifically asked about an update on that.
Right. I guess the hard thing is we had a really robust debate here, and we agreed that the province need to step up, and that many of the challenges in Chinatown are related to housing, are related to public health, are related to opioids. We've had over 247 people die from overdoses in the Eastwood catchment by the province's own numbers. Like, we're not getting anywhere. So I guess my question to the mayor, I guess I can ask a question to the mayor. I really feel like, again, if we just accept the debate right now, this is premature, so I'd like to move a motion to table when I have an opportunity. I'm gonna look to the clerk. Am I able to do so now during questions?
A motion to table means you're going to deal with it in the same meeting. A motion to refer back to admin to return with an update once we hear back from the province would be more in order.
Is that in order at this time?
Yep.
Then I'd like to put that motion forward.
Second.
Okay. So this will be exactly what we did at the last meeting, right, Madam Clerk?
At the last meeting, there was a motion on the floor and the matter was carried over to the next council meeting. There's a motion on the floor right now. A motion to refer back to administration for further action supersedes the motion on the floor. And so now if debate can center on the request put forward by Councillor Jans to refer it back to.
Am I able to introduce my request with my
Yes,
time?
yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
So I understand the provincial party's in a leadership race right now, and I understand that they have their own political considerations right now, but we can't keep, as a city, picking up the pieces where the province is dropping the ball. And we know that everyone at this table knows, the police know it, all of the agencies know it, that the root causes of actually supporting Chinatown, keeping people safe, helping our neighbors is housing, it's public health supports, it's dealing with addictions, it's all of these other pieces. And for us to make a decision today is premature. Not only is it premature to our fall budget, but we haven't got a response back yet from the province. So they'll be back to work soon. They'll be done their leadership campaign, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some support here. But this is an enormous amount of money that would be allocated. I recall when I asked for $10 million to go to 24/7 crisis response, I was told that we would wait until the fall budget to have that out as well. So my concern here is that if we go ahead and just have this debate, we're letting the province off the hook, and that's unacceptable. We have to at some point stop and say that we as the city can't keep raising taxes to pay for the province's abdication of responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Jan. So now questions only on the referral motion. Councillor Principe, questions on the referral?
I don't have any questions on the referral motion. I do have questions about the operations center, so I cannot.
We'll come back to that after
Okay,
we
so yeah, no
vote on
questions
this
for me at
referral.
this time, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright, questions on the referral motion?
I will just ask one, maybe to administration. How long do you think this will delay the process?
If it's to go back until we get an answer from the province, it's hard to tell, Councillor. I think our part of it is done. I just can't commit to when we may or may not get a response from the province.
Because the leadership review is October 6th, I believe, so we're looking another couple of months out.
Yeah.
And I do agree with Councillor Jans. The root cause, I think, of these problems is provincial responsibility. So I would like to see them step up. But I don't know if we can delay this any further.
Councillors, we
So
have
just-
a meeting on September the 12th to discuss intergovernmental priorities, just as an FYI.
Yeah. Okay.
With council or
Your regularly scheduled intergov meeting,
Okay.
yeah.
And is there anything scheduled with the province to discuss this? Or can it be?
Andre will have an answer.
We're
to
having
that.
weekly meetings with the province on this particular concern and issue. And so we bring it up every time we meet with them. We're specifically meeting to discuss the numbers of shelter spaces and some of the data that I've mentioned before, that we had different perspectives on the data, and we're getting closer on that. So I can guarantee this will be brought up every week with administration at the province, but they don't have the authority to make the financial commitment without their elected officials. So.
I'm just wondering if maybe we can put something time specific that we deal with it at, after maybe that September meeting. If we don't get a response from them, then we have to deal with it at that point in time. Councillor Jans, do you want to put any time parameters on that, or?
I think the elected officials have made time to come and walk around Chinatown, have come to many other things. I think they have the time. The fact that two people have lost their lives from a murder that they tried to blame us essentially for, and we've had hundreds and hundreds of opioid deaths. It's just offensive that they haven't even responded to our mayor and our city manager.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, questions on the referral?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I think I have to change my question from previous motion to this one. Specifically, I do have concern for this motion on the floor. To look at the needs and from Chinatown, and then also look at different jurisdiction authority and between provincial government and the city government. My question, and I would like to have some clarification from administration. So the motion, the original motion is talk about our financial strategy, how we use that to support the needs right now. Yes, I understand to deal with root cause, we need more collaboration and between three orders of government, but that collaboration is already there, and it's just the timing different. And then it's my understanding, and then provincial government already put the effort and to address the root cause, and then for many years. And we may not and see the outcomes as timely as we see right away, but how we can just mix these two lands and for our operation needs, and specifically from community standards and the neighborhoods needs perspective under our city's authority to mix with provincial, their jurisdiction authority, and to deny this motion again. Because this actually needs just the follow-up from long-term how we address that Chinatown concern, also our downtown concern, that is many Edmontonians expect to see that change right away. I didn't say this motion can achieve that outcome.
Question.
Yeah, I already asked a question. Thank you.
I'll try to respond. I would say on the aspect of, has the province done some work on root cause? I think they have done some work. I think we also need more commitments from the province, as we've made quite clear in our requests and in the mayor's letter. I think the reason specifically, if I understand the question, is why do we need the province to weigh in on this issue? And I would say it kind of goes back to when the ministers were at Chinatown, where they suggested to the mayor and I that we really need to see a presence in Chinatown in something in this configuration. And they committed at Chinatown to work with the city of Edmonton. And so I think that's part of the reason why, you know, we ended up putting the request forward to the province, because there seemed to be an indication with 6 or 7 ministers at the table in front of Chinatown that they would work collaboratively with the city on these specific issues. And again, we haven't been told no, but we haven't got that answer yet. And of course, there was an awareness that we were having this debate today. So I hope I answered the question.
Yes, and in some way, and then specifically the question is, and if we pass this again, and we already passed one time, and then we will have to push further again, how we can address and then the long-term needs and timely needs under specific our community safety and well-being strategy that's actually outlined and in today's motion, original motion, and for the community standards and how we ensure that safety to be addressed right away. We cannot just pass on that and wait for different order government to respond back, say, and we cannot stop our operational function to support our community, and just by waiting.
Yeah.
So that's my question.
And just to be clear, we are doing this to the best of our abilities with resources, because we have diverted resources both at the city and EPS from across the city to deal with this issue now. So we are doing these operations today. And the longer we delay the decision, the harder it will be for EPS, our partners, and us to be ready to have a more sustainable model of what we're doing today beyond December of this year.
I would like to say I will not going to support this motion, and then I think that from your answer clearly indicated this operational function, and from our community standards and including our fire services and also EPS services, and that needs to be addressed and to meet our community, our citizens' needs, and to also to reflect, and we are take action to implement safety strategy and to ensure our city safe. And so I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor. So you have spoken to this, okay? Good. And Councillor Knack, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a question maybe to the commission in terms of the order of the timing piece. My understanding is that this would be considered a priority independent of what the province brings forward. I mean, I think it's right to talk about the effectiveness of any solution without them at the table, but nevertheless, it does still appear that this would be a priority for the commission. Is that correct? You might need to come to the mic just to be sure.
Please come
Sorry,
down.
just, I need
Yeah,
to,
it has to be on the record, so please come down.
while you were
and-
nodding in
yeah.
the affirmative, it would probably be best to. Essentially, what I'm wondering as you're sitting down is that, setting aside everything else, we're having a bit of a budget conversation in advance of budget, but my understanding is that at budget, this would still be the top priority being asked for to allocate funds towards. Is that fair?
I'd say that's a fair answer,
Okay.
yes.
So independent of anything else, you would still want to see this funded, and we can debate the other pieces, but that's where I'm, okay.
I would agree. I think if you're waiting for, if you're solely waiting for the province to provide funding, I think the risk that would be associated to Chinatown and surrounding areas would be pretty high. This would rate as a priority. Yeah. We want to get the the community safety, well-being piece looked after so that we can have more safety and security downtown.
Yeah, and it is, and maybe to Mr. Corbold, I think a lot, there's still a risk, even if this goes ahead today, which I think we should make the decision today, one way or another. If we don't have that other piece, how effective this work is in actually solving any problems is probably up for debate. It would likely help no matter what, but nowhere near to the same extent. But you would still, similarly to the commission question, you would similarly still be bringing this forward as an item for council's consideration.
Yes, absolutely, Council, and the difficulty is I do often feel like we're dealing with a symptom of a core root problem, and that's what this does.
Absolutely.
And it does it.
Yeah.
It does it to a degree that really helps the people that live in Chinatown. And so I do think it's in the best interest of public safety in the city of Edmonton regardless. Yeah.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang, questions on the referral?
I guess just a quick one. I had a lot of questions about the funding aspects, so I'll save that. But in your weekly update, Mr. Corbold, with the province, was there any indication that, it's their decisions depending on this decision today and that kind of stuff?
I wouldn't say so much whether their decision to fund is based on our decision today. I can't provide any details on why we're not getting an answer. I do, we ask, and they said we don't have any information on that request at this point in time. So I can't really speak to why, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I will struggle with this motion right now. I feel like the conversation needs to be had today. It's already been delayed. And we're basing this on a lot of supposition of what might and might not happen with the province. Yeah, I'll just, take that moment to kind of speak. So as much as I think awful it is that we have to discuss how the city picks up the slack from the province, I think community is waiting for an answer, and I'd rather have that conversation today.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, questions on the referral?
Yes, thank you. Maybe, I think Mr. Corbold, you just answered, but, I'm very confused by the lack of response from the province, given that, again, I was part of that meeting, as were some of my colleagues, where a number of ministers, publicly stated their strong commitment to Chinatown and the asks from Chinatown, which included this center. So, again, we haven't been given any indication of why an answer isn't forthcoming?
We have not. No, not in our discussions with administration.
Okay, and to the mover, just to understand as well, I think if I'm understanding correctly, like you were looking for any answer, that could be a yes or a no, just wanting to have that clarity from the province. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think just maybe back to administration, sort of on a bit more technical matter. I think you've heard this morning some of the the other nuances in terms of the governance model, other partners that we want to see brought into the operations center. Does a referral motion give you some time to work that through and maybe identify some of those additional resource asks that may be required, for example, to bring Crisis 24/7 into the mix?
I don't think we need that kind of time, Councillor. To be honest, we're already reaching out to Reach to see if they want to join part of the governance structure, and folks are making calls as we speak because we think it makes sense. So I think with anything like this, we're going to add to it as we get more time and we try things, and we may, I would say we're learning every day about what else we may require. So I don't believe that's necessary because this is going to evolve as we encounter and see different things.
Okay, well, thank you. Those were all the questions I had on the referral. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette, your next referral. Questions on the referral?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Before you go there, I would really like to conclude this item before 11:30.
Yeah.
Before we get
My
into
question is quick.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So from the perspective of administration, I know what my perspective is. Would this referral yield, is it likely to yield any different result than we've already got?
I don't believe so, Councillor, but I mean, that's just my gut feel. I would also say that if council were to make a decision one way or the other on this, and that decision is to move forward, I don't think that stops us from actively engaging and with the province to ask for funding. Because remember, this funding, if approved by council, starts to come into play in January of 23. And so we have more time to advocate for more funding from the province between now and then.
Okay. So while I believe council can be rightly frustrated by the lack of response from the province, Mr. Mayor, I will not be supporting this motion simply because the need in the community is real. It's imminent, and a delay may signal to the community that there's a chance that this is not going forward, which I don't think is the right message to send, especially considering all of the challenges that are there. And so while I would love to see more provincial participation here, I don't see it happening. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, you have more questions on referral, or
Yes, I do.
we need to have a second round then? Councillor Paquette, can you please move the second round?
I mean, sure.
Need a seconder for second round?
Second.
So Councillor Knack seconded it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Corbell, you'd mentioned that there is some surplus in community services, I think, that you would be redirecting under that. I'm just wondering if those funds are available sort of as another stopgap measure to help in this situation while we wait an answer from the province.
Yeah, what I was just explaining, Councillor Wright, is that we know with Bentero specifically, we've as part of the transit safety plan, they were allocated some resources, and those resources would have been helpful to hire social workers in Bentero to help with transit. The simple fact that they've not been able to fill all those vacancies yet would conclude that there's a bit of a surplus there. I have not specifically discussed with Cheryl how we're going to apply that surplus. I would say it needs to stay in what the intended purpose it is from council, which is social supports for Bentero. And we've also made it clear that if we can use the full use of those funds, if we can pay a bit more, if there are other things we can do, then we would like it to go for social workers to support those efforts in both transit, but they perhaps could be applied to this as well. So,
Okay.
I don't know I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, so there would be funds then available in the short term to deal with some of the root causes of what's causing the social disorder?
Yeah, the problem is we're not having any greater success with hiring, and we've done checks. We're very competitive from a pay perspective. We think we've had these discussions very recently, so we're still out there trying to get people to take on these positions. Yeah, but it's difficult.
Okay, and would it help, or is it, or can like the police commission or the police service, can they do advocacy with the province to try to?
I think they can, and they've been at some of the meetings with us, for sure. So they've been partners with us at these meetings with the province.
Absolutely. I think we've been taking a team approach to addressing this. Some of the advocacy that you've seen coming from the service, working with the city, is how we got to the $600K grant from the province in the first place in terms of funding help and giving us the capacity to be able to help on this multidisciplinary team. So that's something that we continue to advocate for because we're not going to be able to solve this alone.
And if this was delayed until, let's say, after the leadership convention or leadership race, would that? How much does that delay your time to hire these, 36 officers and sergeants?
Yeah, it's not an exact number, Councillor, because of course we need, on the EPS side, they need to recruit some additional new folks. We're not obviously going to put the brand new folks on the line in this very complex operation. They'd be more senior folks. Same with us on fire. And I think the difference is if you know that we're funded for this, if we know that we're funded for this for 2 years, starting in January, it allows us to make, more adjustments between now and then, and knowing that there's going to be some relief in time. If there's no funding coming, then we can't simply just do this forever, out of no additional resources, and then we have to make some priority decisions. But I don't know, Jen, if you want.
I think I'd also like to speak to the impact on our staff. So this is a lot of overtime. This is redeployment across the peace officers. I'm speaking from the City of Edmonton perspective. And they are doing their best. People are foregoing vacations because they care about their teams and minimum staffing levels. And so the idea that we would ask them to continue to sustain this Herculean effort until some time in the future, I think psychologically is tough. And as their leader, I'd be a little sad about. So I personally just want to make sure my people are good.
And from the fire side, they need about 4 or 5 months to do, because there's a training delta with that specific piece, and that's why the fire chief is hoping to get an answer so that we can start that train up time.
Okay. And from the police side, how long is that training?
Yeah, so what we're planning on doing, similar to what the city manager said, is that while we're recruiting and training, we'll be supplementing it with other resources. So, because it could take up to 1.5 years from the time we actually recruit and they go through the testing process, go to our recruit training classes, and then they're out on the street. Those members are not the ones that are going to be staffing these positions. It's going to be more senior members, but we need those junior recruits to be able to go into patrol so that we're able to backfill. Yeah.
And lastly, the element of clarity as well. So as the deputy city manager has said, we've pulled a lot of different resources from different jobs that people signed up to do to be able to meet the demand kind of for a community. So hoping to get some closure and a decision is going to be able to give some folks an ability to address their mental health in terms of where we're going to be going with this.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans, questions on the referral?
I just wanted to close.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, questions on the referral?
To speak to it.
To speak. Anyone else to speak? Councillor, can you please sign up? Anyone else to speak? Councillor Principe to speak, or?
No, that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I will quickly say I can't support this motion just because I feel the Chinese community has been waiting for this and they deserve an answer today.
Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to first of all thank my council colleague, Councillor Jans, for this attempt. But I think, we've already delayed this once. I think that regardless of provincial decisions, we need to look at what the community is asking of us, and if it means stepping up and then still holding to account the province in the stopgap, I don't want the community to potentially be the casualty of, for lack of a better words, a game of chicken between the province. So while I seconded this motion, I felt it was important to explain why I would not be supporting this referral back motion. I think we owe, as I've argued many times before, we owe the community an answer today. I'm not going to say I'm going to support the other motion, but I want us to at least be able to give that answer today one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, just echoing that, really want to thank the mover for bringing this forward. I think it was an incredibly important conversation for us to have, and it is a really difficult situation that we're faced with. I think, knowing, for example, the amount that EPS is requesting, about $5 million in the second year, is about equivalent to the cost that the province put back on EPS for DNA testing. So these are costs that have been downloaded onto EPS, and we see the impacts of that. That said, I do really hear the call from the community and the immediate need in the area. So I won't be supporting the referral motion, but I do really encourage the community to add your voices to our provincial representatives and ask them, where they stand on this and their level of commitment to safety in your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jens, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. He can't. Yes, he's the mover of the motion. Who's the next one?
Returned.
Councillor Hamilton. Okay, Hamilton.
I have the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I am absolutely frustrated with the lack of response from the provincial government. on this and many other requests. Right after we lost two of our beloved members from the Chinese community, 7 ministers came to tour the Chinatown, and 7 ministers held a town hall with the Edmonton Chinese community. We were there. And they made a commitment. They made a commitment to help the community deal with issues of safety. Since that meeting, all 7 of them have abandoned the Chinese community. Haven't heard a single word from them. So I hope that people from the community will hold them to account. It is one thing to come show your support when community is grieving. We appreciate that support. But it's also important for them to show up. And they have not shown up. But that does not mean that we will abandon the community. We will not. We have shown up for you, and we will continue to show up for you. That is why I think it's wrong to refer this back, waiting an answer from the province, because we may not get an answer from the province. And that delay would mean that community that has been waiting for action from us to provide them with safety or the comfort that they need, we need to do that. We owe it to the community, and we need to deliver that, regardless of the inaction from the provincial government. There will be another mechanism that we will continue to hold them to account and continue to have conversations with them. But further delay will actually jeopardize some of the work that is already underway. We are seeing improvement in the community already. We are seeing improvement in safety, and we cannot lose that momentum by further delaying it and referring it back. So I will not be supporting the referral. And I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jens to close.
Thank you for this. Not to belabor it further, I just want to say $16 million is roughly a 1% tax increase. So we're saying to Edmontonians that we are voting, if we go ahead today, even though the province has made commitments, 7 ministers made commitments, 7 ministers showed up for the photo op, 7 ministers abandoned us, we are voting now that Edmontonians should have to pay 1% more tax to pay for this amount, the $16 million over 2 years, so 0.5% per year, that people of Sherwood Park, people of Calgary, people of Redwater, people of Athabasca are not being asked to pay. The province takes care of others, they don't take care of us. They don't take care of their responsibilities. And at some point, if we just keep showing that we're willing to raise taxes to cover them on commitments they made, they wrote a check and we're being asked to cash it. At some point, we just have to say no, and we have to stop. If we show that we're always going to do this, then the minister's office is going to be laughing and just saying, well, we can just ask Edmonton to pay for it. And you know, if you look at 40 years of Alberta history, it's tended to happen. So I don't have words for the offense that I feel that there. I was expecting this morning we would have an update one way or another, even a no, or like they expected us to turn around a report. Speaking of staff overtime, they expected us to turn around a report on Chinatown with them, in what, like 15 minutes? We had staff working around the clock. City manager went above and beyond to try and get that together. And they haven't even given us a response, not even a no, not even find this in, some other way. So, yeah, I have nothing more to add. Call the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And can we come back to the original list, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, we're just going to put the original motion back on the floor.
I think it was Councillor Principe was the first to ask questions on the original motion. Councillor Principe?
Yeah, I actually have a question for administration. The operations center, has a location been chosen for it?
Not yet, Councillor. We've got currently 3 locations we're looking at. We want to do that in collaboration with the community, but we've got 3 potential sites. So there is going to be one. We're just analyzing the best.
Okay, and is there any, will there be signage? Will it be visible to the community? And will people be able to access it? Can they go in with any questions or issues or concerns they're having? Can they walk in?
That is not the main purpose of it, because it really is about getting the team together and getting the team out in community, not, coming to a station, and there's police stations quite close to Chinatown for that kind of thing. So that is not the main purpose of it. The main purpose of it is for an operational base to deploy out of and deploy within the community. So I would say to people who want to access supports, don't go to the office, go to the person on the street that you'll see interacting with businesses and those kinds of things. And I don't know, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, the intent is to give a drop-in location or a deployment location to ensure that there's visibility on the streets, but there's also a cost imperative if we start to change it to be more than that. That's why we're trying to keep it as a place that people can touch down, caucus, share information, and then get out and be visible within the community. If there are things that folks need in terms of, because there's also safety implications when you say this is a police station and we're bringing people in, that's going to cost more. We want to just give people a place to get out on the street. If they need anything outside of that, then if you're within Chinatown, it would still be downtown division that is a fully operational police station.
If I can add, it's the station that we have envisioned is that if the members are there, members of the community can stop in, but there's not going to be any regular hours. It's not going to be like a place that it's going to be open from, early morning till late at night, that there will be somebody there all the time. But as the police officers or other members of the team are at that station, absolutely community members can stop in and talk with them and meet with them.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was going to be more of like a hidden operations center where it's kind of, folks weren't able to come. And the visibility as well, right? Sometimes you see that, you see that support system. It even just gives you a sense of security or a sense of well-being to visually see it possibly. I'm not sure.
And those are great points. I think what we're trying to hit with visibility is that you see members on the streets, you see members in your businesses, and you're interacting with them, and that's going to be our biggest measure of visibility.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Councilor Rice haven't had a
No, I
first round
haven't.
yet.
I haven't have a question for this motion yet.
Councilor Rice, go ahead. Yeah.
So my first question is in terms of funding source, and then so right now, and we have the motion for the $15.2 million and from financial strategy. This financial strategy is already, and so this funding source is already available from previous years. So it's not at the additional tax increase and to 2023-24. So is that my understanding right?
That is correct. This is the held funding in financial strategies.
That's wonderful. That means, and we don't need, so that means this actually is not contribute to the 2023 or 2024 tax increase. This funding is already available and in place, and for us to implement our community safety and well-being strategy. So thank you for that confirmation. So the next one is about the needs of $18 million. So I understand the motion on the floor right now is just for 2023 and 2024, but we still have the needs identified and beyond these 2 years. So is that original motion in in item 6.1 and talk about unfunded package still needs bring to 2023-26 budget deliberation, or we don't need that motion right now?
I would say, Councillor, that with this 2-year commitment, that sets us in good place to generate and do the training and the recruitment that we need at this point in time. I would say that between now and then, we're going to have 2 very important discussions where the needs of the Healthy Streets Operations Center will be taken into account. The first will be the police funding formula, which we're not going to talk about today, but that is a discussion that will happen before the 4-year budget. And then we're going to have a 4-year budget discussion. We will be able to we'll be prepared to discuss how we're going to meet the needs of the Healthy Streets Operations Center over the 4 years if it's needed. But I would also argue that if we do this right, and I say we do everything right in terms of including getting some of the core root problems sorted out, I would like to be in a position where if we do this for 2 years, we're good. We might need it in other places in the city, but if we're here in 2 years and we still need a Healthy Streets Operations Center in Chinatown and we haven't decentralized services and we haven't gotten any more additional support on the core root problems, then I think we're going to have a whole other discussion. So
I would like to see the long-term and effort to sustainable and the safety of the needs and concerns and from our Chinatown and also our downtown as well.
yeah,
So
and I think that will be clearly articulated in our budget ask, because you may recall that in the fall budget, we're going to come back with a 4-year budget for the entire community safety and well-being strategy.
okay, so right now, so we just not go to the motion and outline and in report 6.1. We just focus on the motion on the floor for these 2 years.
We believe that that's our recommendation, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the last question regarding to the physical location and operation model and also capital cast. Is there any pre-say capital cast or for anything and regarding this request?
No capital ask for property. We don't want to buy or build a building. We're going to lease, or we've also had very, very generous offers from the Chinatown community to use the space. So.
Okay, so that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Sorry, just one more question on the funding piece. Because I realize what the funding source is as per the motion, I guess what I'm curious about, I know we're not talking about the formula yet, but is this essentially an advance? I've heard from the commission this is a priority, so in my mind, this is sort of saying, hey, we're pre-committing some of those dollars because this is a priority. Is that anyone's understanding, or do we need to make that clear, or how do we, that to me is my feeling on how this is being approached.
Yeah, I think it's about making sure we can get on with planning, and like I said, when we come back to council with the recommendations on the police funding formula, we will certainly commit to showing you how Healthy Streets Operations Center would be funded as part of that funding formula. And when we come back to council in the fall for the 4-year community safety and well-being budget, we will show you how Healthy Streets Operations Center would be included in that budget as well.
So you're not necessarily seeing it as unless directed by council, as an above and beyond whatever the formula would outline. You were seeing this as
I think that question is still open, Councillor.
Okay,
and
yeah,
I think, my view is we would see how we can. We'll give you options for how that
council will direct that. Okay,
you would direct that.
I'll speak to my feeling on that during the appropriate time, but I just wanted to see where your understanding
exactly.
was at this point.
But we will do our best to figure it out so that we can show you how this would be included in it.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I don't mean to ask this as just to confirm, along with not getting the answers that we talked about earlier, we still have about 453 units of 24/7 supportive housing that have not yet received operational funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But I will say we're having some really fruitful discussions on the data point, which has been really difficult, but we are making more progress than we've ever made with the province on having the same data in terms of what we see the spaces. And I'd rather, so we've got a couple more meetings, so but it's very fruitful.
The doors could be ready to open within the next weeks at this point, right? Most of them are ready to be opened in the next few weeks.
Correct, yeah.
But until we get that, we can't scale up. They can't. Folks like Homeward Trust can't hire staff.
Well, we do have a contingency plan.
But that's not for the hardest to house, not for the ones that need the most support, right? So the doors will open, but not for anyone who actually is dealing with significant mental health challenges, addictions issues, the ones who we've been trying to deal with for years, right? Those individuals will not be helped. Yeah. No, not be helped.
We'll do our best to find other ways to help them, but yes, I think I take your point specifically with those facilities, yes.
Well, and so that leads me just to my last question is that, I heard loud and clear from both EPS and yourself that in either scenario, we probably need to do this from our end. And I'm not disputing that, and I'll speak to it at the time for that. But I am curious and just wanting to set realistic expectations of, we can have more officers, we can have more peace officers, we can have more firefighters, we can have more social workers, But if we can't take any of the individuals who are dealing with mental health challenges, who have addictions, and get them into 24/7 supportive housing, or get them into shelter spaces that are being operated properly, which neither of which is being addressed in this conversation, how, realistically, I want to ask, how much is this going to help with? It feels like to me this will allow us to be quicker to respond to disorder, but it's not going to actually solve the problem that I think we've been hearing about for a long time.
This will not solve the core root problem of mental health and addictions. In addition to being able to respond faster, I do believe, and what we've seen so far, is the presence itself does prevent certain social disorders. So there is a preventative value to this operation center, I believe, in that people tend to think twice about doing bad things when there's a presence around.
Which is why there's still a suggestion to advance this. It's not like it's a useless investment of money, but in terms of setting realistic expectations, it might not be it might not produce the same level of value as if we were tackling all of these things together with all orders of government.
Correct.
Okay.
If I might be able to add, sorry,
Please,
I'm jumping in here, but
No, please,
I think it's important to note, though, that these teams will be focused on these communities.
Absolutely.
So the relationships that they're going to build, like, we know that first instant where supports are offered may be turned down, but the third and fourth and fifth time that they built that relationship, I think we're going to start seeing a success. It's not just another call for service.
Yeah, I think the problem I worry about is that we don't have anywhere. They might want support after the third or fourth time, but where do they go? The Bissell Center's full. Like, you know, I think about all the encampments right along the avenue beside Bissell Center. How does that actually, you know, where can we get them to? And that's not your fault. That's not city's fault. That's my worry. And sorry, I'm out of time, so I'm speaking to it. I'll speak to it at the appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you very much. Ms. Padbury, in response to Councillor Rice's question, you said it's coming, the funds are coming from the FSR, right? So that's correct?
The funds are coming from the community safety and well-being funding that is held within financial strategies.
Okay. So there is no impact on taxes at this point, but if we needed to draw from financial strategies or something else and those funds weren't available, then there would be an impact on taxes, right?
So I just want to be careful how I answer this, but once you make a decision to allocate this funding to this, you can then not make a decision to allocate the same funding somewhere else.
So eventually it could impact property tax payers.
Only if you made a different decision to require funding for something additional.
Okay. So that's sort of our savings account. If we take money out of the savings account.
No. Just to be clear, this is not the financial stabilization reserve.
Oh, sorry,
I'm sorry. This is the community safety and well-being funds held within financial strategies.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay. So then, as long as we can have that discussion when it comes up with the funding formula, that this money is sort of an advance on that funding formula, I think I'm okay with that. Now, I did have another question, and I do apologize. Oh, how much, since the fall budget, how much has been, in addition, has been allocated to the police?
I'm just looking at my chart here. I don't see anything else, but maybe I'll double check that in the background and come back if I'm wrong on that.
Okay, to the police service or police commission?
I'm just looking at our executive director from finance, and he says nothing, zero.
I thought I've seen lots of requests come through, no?
Requests are actually funded.
Yeah.
Requests and funding was zero, okay.
I don't think the funding there's been no funding.
In the spring adjustment, was there not?
I don't believe we brought any requests. What you may be speaking about is in terms of the traffic safety decision that you have made as council, but we haven't brought any requests outside of this.
Okay. Okay, I thought there was. Thank you. And, okay, no, But wasn't there funding like for help and COT and?
So the funding that came from HELP came from the province, but if there was,
And the COT teams were provided as part of the transit safety, but that's to city, not EPS. That's COT teams are transit peace officers, not
Okay.
EPS.
Okay, thanks for the clarity on that. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Everyone else had a first round now. I have a couple of questions to Councillor Jans, if you could take the chair.
Taken.
Yeah. So we know as a fact, as a hard, sad reality that most hard to house Edmontonians do come from Indigenous background. So how do we make sure that as part of this, that we are focusing on directing people to services and not further criminalizing that interaction? So just want to get a sense that with this governance model, would that help us do that?
I think the governance model does help us do that, Mayor Sohi, because there are Indigenous people, there are Indigenous organizations involved in that governance model.
Okay.
I also think that as we move forward, we have to think about how we do broader Indigenous consultation and engagement on community safety and well-being in Edmonton, which is a parallel action that I think we still need to do more of.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that you have included Indigenous voices in the governance, because even though I support moving forward on this, but I do feel that Indigenous voices have been excluded from the conversation. We need to make sure those voices are included as we move forward. And also, I see that there will be some data collected as part of this. Are we going to see kind of disaggregation of the data on the interaction? Like, who are you interacting with?
Yes, we're certainly committed to that, but I don't want to underestimate the challenge of doing that. It's very difficult, but we are definitely committed to doing that. But I think it's gonna be quite the transition for us to get the kind of details that we think are important to get, but we will do that. Yeah.
Okay. And how often would you come back to council with some sort of update on the success of this?
Yeah, I think quarterly makes a lot of sense. I think we have to provide you updates regardless between now and October on things like community safety and well-being. I think we can certainly include Healthy Streets Operations Center details as part of that.
Okay, good. All right. I'll take the chair back. And sorry, I'll move the second round. Councillor Jans, if you could give.
I don't think I got first round, but, never mind, I did, that was my
Are
motion.
you-
Yeah, second round, I moved the second round.
Okay.
Second?
Yeah, please vote for the second round. Sorry, you do that, Councillor Jans. Or
So moved.
No, I moved the second round.
Seconded.
Councillor Stevenson seconded.
Never mind, withdrawn.
Call the vote.
is live, if we could all vote.
The vote has been called.
Yeah, we're just waiting for 3 more.
I return
Yeah, I'm just getting a spinning circle. I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Just waiting for
I'm
one
a
more.
yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
I return the chair.
Display the vote.
Display the vote, please. The vote is carried 12-1. Now I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Okay, we are back. I think Councillor Tang, you were the first one, or Councillor Stevenson? You were first? Go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Ms. Pavery, what's the current amount in the financial strategies for this?
So before any of the motions contemplated, it's $12.8 million for 2023.
12.8 million, and what's gonna, what happens to that difference? with the 15 million? Where's that portion going to come from?
So it's $12.8 million ongoing, and this is a multi-year one-time funding. So what would happen is there's a balance of $12.8 million meant for ongoing. You would reduce that by these motions. That would leave $6.3 million ongoing. And then the following year, you would use a further amount, but at the end of the, so once you layer in the years, that would leave $4.1 million available on an ongoing basis, unallocated.
Great. And so to date, a lot of the funding approved out of that pot has been for lots, like problem properties and all of that, correct? Yes. And Mr. Corbell, you said that there's no capital ask at this point, but do you anticipate it down the road once, like a capital profile or something in spring adjustment?
Not with our current operating model, Councillor, because I think it's, needs to be agile and we don't want to be adding infrastructure. And I don't think we need it to do this. And that's one of the reasons that, we're not proposing to establish a police station. That would require significant infrastructure.
And this is 2 years. Does that mean you'll be coming back for renewal at the end of that? Is that?
I think we have to see how it goes, and that's why I think quarterly updates to council will be very helpful for that. But we're not going to disappear, come back 2 years later. I think we really have to see effects and impacts on the ground in a positive way. And I would also say that we'll have a lot more detail on how the greater community safety and well-being strategy is being implemented, which this is a part of. So.
Yeah. And you had mentioned earlier the challenge with hiring for transit safety currently. Do you anticipate that kind of challenge? We're going to allocate the dollars, but you actually have challenge hiring, and so that will, or because this is all EPS, so we won't have any issues with hiring officers.
So it's not all EPS, it's us and EPS, and we don't have a challenge with those, but yes, the labor challenge on social workers is one we're working with all our partners. I think that's going to, we've had some recent conversations with some of the leaders on this. I think we need to have an ongoing collaborative discussion about what we may want to do. Because my initial thought is, are we even competitive? And I understand we are quite competitive in salaries and things like that.
So between the challenge, the gap in that transit safety and this coming forward, would this kind of trump our need to fill those transit safety positions?
I think it depends on the condition of a day. We would be, and because we've got the governance structure, we'll have the agility to adjust in and out of the LRT depending on how things are going.
Okay. Yeah. And just in terms of the governance structure, and I guess I'm just trying to understand who's going to be holding the funding for this?
The City of Edmonton will hold the funding, and then we will transfer through intertransfers
to EPS.
To EPS or other partners as required. Yeah.
Okay.
But in this case, to EPS. Yeah.
Okay. How would you address the issue of? Sorry, actually, back up. What would success look like? Recognizing this is addressing symptoms, and we cannot get to the root causes. So, what would success look like at the end of 2 years?
I think success looks like a lot less social disorder overall.
In Chinatown.
In Chinatown specifically.
So I just want to follow up with that. How do you address displacement of issues, say, into surrounding neighborhood, Eastwood, Inglewood, I don't know, across the river, Old Strathcona and Millwoods?
Yeah, so I think we've seen some of that already with the actions in place, and that's where I think we need to be agile. I think we would come back to council if we think we need to make a major adjustment to the operations of this organization. So if it's very successful, and we're seeing, ideally we don't see a lot of incidents at all in Chinatown going forward. If we get to that point, we may come back to council to discuss, we may want to move this asset to sort of Alberta Avenue or otherwise, so.
Right. I guess I'm just worried about that whack-a-mole approach of if we're seeing a surge, then we need another healthy street operating center here and there, and et cetera, et cetera. Your mic, please.
Sorry, yeah, I think that approach will be, until we start really tackling the core root issues with housing, mental health, and addictions, I think it is a concern, which is why those are so important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I can just quickly jump in here too.
Just hold on, I have to remind council members again to give enough time for the last question to be answered. So I'm going to go to Councilor Rutherford next.
Okay, so my first question, nobody else has kind of answered. We haven't had a chance. Can you follow up with my outstanding question for my first round, please?
Yes, Councillor, for EFRS, it's $408,015 per year. That would be transferred to EFRS out of that allocation to community services for a total of $816 and $30, and that's for 3 FTEs.
Specifically with fire suppression?
Correct.
Or?
Sorry, Councillor, the next steps to this, once we have the funding, is to sit down with our union partners and work out what job classification it would fall under, which is why it's listed as firefighter/fire prevention officer.
Okay. Question, if I was to request for the vote to be split for these items, for these points, would the 2.9 million for point 3 actually help without the first 2 points? Like, is splitting the vote worthwhile, I guess is my question.
I don't believe at this point it is, Councillor, and the reason I say that is we're really trying. In some ways, this is a good start to our joint dispatch work that we're doing as well. I really think what we've seen with problem properties, and I guess the other thing is a significant safety issue has been the fire issues. And having dedicated resources to be preventative in that, we think is going to increase safety.
Yeah, I think I have no issues with any of it, but one thing that's not lost on me is that, and if Ms. Padbury could correct me, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund held within financial strategies, the intent of that fund was detasking the police, correct?
I don't,
So we go back to the Believe Us report. We go back to all of the public hearings that happened before this council was elected. There was a reduction in EPS funding for the specific purpose of taking the pressure off police by detasking them and having other services step into that world to provide a more comprehensive. I'm just trying to make sure that's the fund.
It was absolutely meant for community safety and well-being. I think I'm just struggling with the word detasking because that word didn't appear in any of the motions.
Well, we know, yeah, of course it didn't, but the intent was still, okay, we won't belabor that point. My point is that funding source is concerning for me. So I guess I'm just going to quickly speak to the motion for the sake of time. If it can't be split, I do support the intent. I support the understanding of the urgency. That's why I advocated for making the decision today. I'm very concerned about the precedent we're setting in using that funding source for what we're asking for today. I'm also concerned about the bigger budget deliberation conversations that we're going to have in the fall, and the fact that we've already asked for a funding formula, and this seems like a service package, which I understand for 2023 is applicable, but I don't think is applicable for 2024 and moving forward. And so I really cannot support the motion on the floor for those reasons. I want to really highlight that that does not mean I'm not with or standing for Chinatown. It's very hard for me to say no in front of the folks in this room today. I have to think about the voices that are also not in this room and the original intent from my understanding and from my community members' understanding of what these funds were supposed to be used for. And I have to take that into account in this decision. I think that we absolutely need everybody at the table when it comes to community safety and well-being. And I'm really looking forward to a robust and constructive conversation regarding the funding formula. However, this does seem really pre-committing ourselves to funding without having that more comprehensive and holistic conversation. So with that, I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. I mean, Councillor Rutherford does raise an interesting question. Was there consideration of looking at the broader financial stabilization reserve to fund some of these pieces?
You don't have sufficient balance in the financial stabilization reserve to fund the entire thing.
Okay, thank you for that. Just want to clarify with administration. So again, I think you've heard, for me, the critical piece is that this is a starting point and that we continue to evolve the model, bring in new partners, strengthen that governance piece, and also ensure that our community partners have the capacity to take part in a fulsome way, which could include additional funding. So just wondering, Mr. Corbell, do you need, you mentioned quarterly updates in response to the mayor's question. Do you need direction to bring forward service packages at the budget, or will your team be able to identify that and bring it forward?
I believe we've already got that direction from Councillor, because, and it gets back to community safety and well-being. We have to bring forward a package as part of budget in the fall that includes everything in community safety well-being. I think what we'll commit to doing in addition is highlighting where Healthy Streets Operations Center and supports to partners lies in that strategy. A lot of that money in the current fiscal year has gone to partners. We will demonstrate in the fall budget how it does over the next 4 years. So I think it's already there, and we'll certainly be bringing that forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And maybe just to EPS, we've spoken a bit in the past just in terms of measuring the impacts of the resource reallocation. So again, just wondering if we have some statistics in terms of, the teams that have been recommitted to the downtown area, which again, I've been seeing a presence, really appreciate, the disruption teams being there, just seeing what impact we're seeing on the rest of the city in terms of where those resources have potentially been pulled from.
Yeah, so we did look at our data right now. Unfortunately, what we're finding is it's too early to tell. We've only been in just for over 60 days. And to be able to compare and to say that the impacts that it's had is difficult based on the data that we have right now. What I can say is anecdotally, the feedback that we've been getting from the community and even from the members that are policing these areas has been very positive. Some of the connections that they've made and some of the advancements that they made in able to get people into services has been working. It's just that it's too early to tell that, is crime going down or up, or I think right now it's just stabilized. We've just been managing the problem more than anything.
Yeah, and I think that question, we always want to be as efficient as possible with our resources, and if we're seeing that they've been reallocated, they're having a positive impact in Chinatown, and we're not seeing negative impacts of that in other areas, I think that's something for us to be really mindful of.
Yeah, and that's correct. We've looked at areas that the resources we're policing before and paying attention to, and although crime has gone up a little bit, I don't think it's a direct impact. I think it's just the environment that we're in right now, because we're seeing that across the city.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I might try to be very efficient and speak to this in the last minute. I really appreciated your comments, Mr. Corbell, that if this is the conversation we're having 2 years from now, there are much bigger problems. This center is very much an interim response as we work to address the more holistic issues. And the future you've described, when housing, mental health, and addictions needs are met in our community is absolutely the future I want to be working towards. Those are the underlying issues that I believe are impacting Chinatown and communities across the city. And, addressing those underlying causes is not only more compassionate and humane, it's also much more cost effective. So that will be my continued focus in the coming years. But again, hearing from the community, witnessing it in the community myself, the truth is that these holistic issues will take some time to resolve, and that there's still a really immediate need in the short term. So the analogy I always go with is that we continue to need that Band-Aid as the wound is healing. But it is the healing of the wound that I hope that we as a community, we as a council, we as administration and our partners continue to focus our efforts on moving forward. So thank you to everyone for the work that's gone into this, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So he just, Councillor Rutherford raised a good question around sort of the funding piece, and I think so I've made an assumption that I'm treating this as essentially in advance, but that's not exactly what this says. My concern, and so because we don't have a new funding formula, I don't know if I can modify this motion to make it clear that that would be my intent yet, because we don't have something in place yet. So we have changed funding sources at the budget cycle. So this might be the most appropriate source today. So I'm looking at you, Ms. Padbury, in particular, but I think we have in past multi-year budget cycles made adjustments to where future funding was coming from once we had more certainty. Am I remembering past budget conversations correctly?
There isn't anything that would prevent you from altering a funding source as long as it's approved and the funding is available.
Yeah.
But I would agree, Councillor, that once we have landed on a police funding formula, we'll have greater clarity on where this money should come from under a new funding formula. Okay. And we will certainly commit to showing council when we present options for the police funding formula, whether it's option 1, 2, or 3, I don't know how many we're going to have yet, but we will show you in each option where this is funded.
Yeah, and it's all I'm just confirming is that, because I think we've done it in the past, is it would be entirely valid for this council at the budget deliberations to change this funding source if we felt there was a more appropriate funding source to use at the time, correct?
Yes, the only caveat I would add is you can only change a funding source for money not yet spent. And so this is 2023 and 2024.
Yeah.
If you wanted to change a funding source further into the budget at one of the supplementary budgets, you couldn't change it backwards.
Correct, yeah, I'm solely thinking about the 23 and 24 and making that decision at the December 2022 discussion, because I think Councillor Rutherford is right in terms of this is probably not the right funding source. I don't think we can change it today. I think the only time we could effectively change it is in December, because then we would know how much is being set aside. There wouldn't really be a good mechanism to do that today.
I think your bigger issue is there are no other funding sources today.
Correct, but there will, council will be having a conversation about a funding formula that they've since given direction on, that will happen. There is going to be a funding formula. How much is in that? There's a possibility. So the one risk is if the funding formula says we're only going to have 2 million for EPS and this is asking for 2.9, then that's a separate conversation. But if the funding formula says there'll be 3.5 million and we're setting 2.9, we could change the funding source in advance of 2023 to say have it come out of that amount instead.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll speak to the appropriate, once everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so I mentioned earlier, we know last year 247 people died of overdoses in the area. Do we track when police administer naloxone?
We do, and we track it with Project Connection as well, and police have administered it 19 times by a police officer. There's other times where EMS or other people are called, but police officers administered it 19 times.
Okay, I note that there were 3,200 overdoses last year, according to Alberta Health Services.
Are you talking in the downtown
Eastwood,
core, or are you talking Edmonton?
It says Eastwood. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just quoting from the story here that I read. I'm concerned, that remains a major problem about the overdose epidemic and opioid poisoning, and that's a piece. I'm also concerned, do we still only have 170 day shelter spaces open to administration?
I believe so, but I could get a more updated answer, but that's my understanding.
Because one thing we heard earlier was people sometimes use seeing homelessness and social disorder interchangeably, or seeing encampments, and if we still have approximately 2,800 unhoused neighbors in Edmonton and only 170 day shelter spaces, I really worry about no matter what we do, even if we double this Healthy Streets initiative, that's still going to mean 2,700 people with no home walking around Chinatown and downtown.
I would just like to ensure clarity of those numbers. When we say there's about 2,800 on the by names list, those are people not all unsheltered or living rough. There's over 1,000 that are in the spectrum of receiving supportive housing, affordable housing, near market housing. So I just don't want to leave that impression that there are 2,700 souls sleeping rough.
Okay. I also have a question about just, so it's good to see REACH included, but as I understand it, we spent $2 million on REACH. We invested $2 million. That result, by data that's shared by the EPS as well, led to 16,711 calls answered. So roughly 10,000 hours of policing time was freed up for only $2 million. So this looks like 8 times that expenditure. So I'm wondering, I agree that we need work on Chinatown, that we need presence in Chinatown, we need all those things. I'm just wondering, wouldn't it make more sense to invest in support such as 24/7? I mean, even for another 4 times that much, for $8 million, we could get 40,000 hours of police time back into Chinatown. So if we just take resources from other areas and include them where it's a priority, I guess to administration, why aren't we looking at that as an alternative? Like every single officer we purchase is an officer we can't spend in 24/7 crisis diversion, and we are only spending $2 million. That's roughly operating cost of 10 officers, right? At $195 per. So it just seems like this isn't going to be giving Chinatown the best bang for our buck.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to respond other than to say that what we have in front of us was driven very much from a direct Chinatown request following the tragic incidents and then a motion from council. So we've answered that question. I understand where you're going, but has not been part of this work.
Like we could bring 100 more officers to Chinatown from the existing 1,872 officers if we were able to take the pressure off police in other areas. And like, I'm wondering if the key to helping Chinatown actually starts in Twin Brooks, or actually starts in Lewis Farms, or actually starts in Millhurst.
And we haven't done any analysis on that, but.
And we wouldn't have done analysis on that, but I do think it's important to speak about, because we've been touching on the social disorder aspect of what we've been seeing in Chinatown. There's a real violence issue as well that our officers have been addressing, and that is why we have EPS resources. So to your earlier question regarding the lock zone, our fire partners and EMS partners do get dispatched first. When our members are there, we are able to address those issues. But when it comes to victimization and violence within these communities, that is why we have EPS members there, and there's no other agency that's going to be addressing that.
For sure. Could we have more EPS members there if we took EPS members away from doing the non-essential, non-critical police work in Lewis Farms or Millhurst or...
I think we're getting into a broader discussion, Councillor
I guess we have a proposal here to help Chinatown, and I'm worried that this actually is not the best use of our dollars, given the limited dollars we have. If the province was paying more, we would have more, but this is going to exhaust all of our resources, and it's not truly, I think, going to deliver what we need.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We are at 11:30. So we have to put a pause on this item because we have 2 in-camera items to be dealt with, one at 11:30 and one at 1:30. So we need somebody to move that we go into private.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we move into private on the FOIP sections
17 and 24.
Thank you. 17 and 24.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote to go into private.
Yes, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe?
Councillor Principe,
Councillor Principe is absent, and so is Councillor Jans. I have 11 votes.
display the votes, please. That is carried. So as the member of the community, we will be back at this item once we have concluded our 1:30 item. So probably 2:15, around that time, we'll be back debating this item. So, Madam Clerk, whenever we are ready,
The doors have just been opened. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
we are good to go. So we have 9.3 and 9.4 to action on. So, Councillor Tang, you want to move? You selected this. You want to move the?
Sure, yeah,
recommendation?
for 9.3, I move that the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority Board Director Recruitment Candidate Profile as set out in Attachment 1 of the August 15th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report be approved. And 2, that the August 15th, this report remain private pursuant to Section 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded it. Any? All right, so please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote.
Okay.
Sorry, we're just waiting for one more vote.
Okay. Is it mine?
It's not yours.
Okay.
It's not coming up for me, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton,
Yes, I will move I'm waiting for it to come up, but it's not, so, there we go. I will move that the individuals listed in Attachment 1 of the August 15th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report be reappointed to the Edmonton Police Commission for the term of January 1st, 2023 to December 31, 2024. And 2, that the previously approved recruitment profile is outlined in Attachment 2 and the recruitment strategy is outlined in Attachment 3 of the August 15, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report be amended to include recruitment for 3 vacancies. And 3, that the August 15, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to Section 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are back on our item number 6.1 and 6.7. And there was an order of speakers. Madam Clerk, I don't remember, but please sign up again, council members, if you were in the queue. Here we go. All right, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You go ahead. Questions?
Oh, no, I apologize that I was not on.
Or you were to speak
speaking
only?
list.
And
I was from last.
Councillor Salvador?
I want to speak to this, Mr. Mayor, if now is an appropriate time, or if you'd like me to come back on.
No, just, well, let me go through the list, then we'll go to speakers list. Councillor Knack to speak, right? Or-
Just to speak, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Tang, questions?
Yes, questions.
Go ahead.
Will be my last thread of questions. So I have a question about the hotspot patrolling that was mentioned in the report. So I just want to get clarity, and I think there's a lot of research for it, but I just want to get absolute clarity. This will be the tactic that will be used. That is the tactic being currently used, and that will continue to be used once the HSOC is in place for the next 2 years, correct?
So, I mean, when you refer to hotspot policing, that's something like where a police officer with high visibility will be at a intersection or a location for a short period of time and then move on. And so that's not what we're doing right now.
Okay,
Like,
so
that's not gonna be
that's
the-
not what we're doing right now, but that is what we're going to be doing in 2023, 2024?
No,
Okay.
no. I think the confusion might be that, like where there's a high crime area of disorder and that kind of thing, we might be spending time in that area, but hotspot policing is very specific into a kind of a tactic that they use. I'm not saying
Right.
that they won't.
I mean, this is part of the attachment with the report, so
Yeah.
my understanding is that you're putting this forward to say that this is what we're going to be doing, here's the evidence for it. And, because I would be concerned if we continue on with tactics like zero tolerance policing.
No, that's not what this is at all.
Because I want that on record. I don't want to see that. I think that creates disproportionate.
It's actually quite the opposite of that, what we're
okay.
doing. Like, even if there is going to be some enforcement, there's going to be also follow-up kind of to determine the underlying issues and why they're in the situation that they're in, and make sure that the supports are going to be there.
And also for clarity, so even though you talk about the evidence for hotspot patrolling and the evidence for why, and in fact, if we do it properly, you will reduce displacement, which we discussed earlier before lunch. Why aren't we doing it?
Why are we
not doing it?
Well, and again, I don't want to say that it's not going to be the sole focus and purpose of this, what this team is, the implementation for. Will they maybe spend some extra time in areas like a hotspot type policing? I would think they may do that. That's not going to be the focus, though, not at all.
Okay, because I think it is important that we use evidence-based, research-backed practices, right? That have demonstrate outcome. And I guess, speaking of data, I think what I'm also struggling to understand is, social disorder has been Chinatown area for, well, before the pandemic. Why are we not deploying resources based on where the data is telling us of where the social disorder is, where the crime is? Why we're kind of at this point now that we're talking about it, spurred on because of the tragedy?
It wasn't that it wasn't happening before. I think because of the tragedy, it's a lot more focused and a lot more resources that are being implemented there. And all along, we've been saying that it wasn't sustainable. We can't, we have other responsibilities in other parts of the city that we need to use these resources as well. It's just that what we've seen in the last little while and the uptick and what's been going on in that area, we needed to respond.
Right.
And if I may, Councillor, sorry.
Well, you know what? I'm running out of time, so I want to stick to this round. In the past, businesses have mentioned that they've seen beat officers in Chinatown. This is, again, I'm talking about before pandemic. They haven't seen that for a very long time until now. So I just want to emphasize that this is all sort of a reaction post, tragedy, and I find that really problematic. I guess the last question I want to ask is, multidisciplinary team. I understand there's a body of work that's underway right now to understand the landscape, and I think this is a fairly large investment when we don't have a lay of the land of what is going on, what is happening with all the multidisciplinary team that we have invested in. So I guess I'm just wondering, Ms. Flayman, if you want to just speak to that a little bit. I understand the work is underway with partners, and there's some excitement about it. And how do you see that supplement this work?
We are always trying to ensure that the collaboration and that impulse to work together, which is across the system, is as coordinated and integrated as possible. And we continue to hear that everyone is working as hard as they can, reacting to the crisis in front of them, and oftentimes getting the larger landscape in that body of work does take a backseat. But I think we have hit this point where people are recognizing that we can do better, we need to do better, and as you referenced, that work is underway to ensure that we are being as effective as possible. Because there are so many partners, so many orders of government, it's not as easy as just the city getting their arms around all the things, but we certainly are talking across the system, across different partners, across different orders of government to do our best to get that information.
So I just want my colleagues to know that I'll be putting forward a subsequent on this. I think it's really important if the council needs to make decisions like this, I don't want it to keep seeing us coming off as one-off. There is a much larger ecosystem review that this conversation is part of. So I will be bringing forward subsequent to that. I am out of time, so I'll yield to the chair.
I got distracted as well. So you got 41 seconds extra because of my distraction. Councillor Jans, are you to speak or questions?
Questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to be clear with Ms. Padbury first. So there was funding taken from what was going to be allocated to the EPS budget, and that was to be on an ongoing basis would be held in financial strategies for reallocation to support addressing houselessness, community development towards community safety, social services, prevention and response programs, and initiatives as determined by council. That was from the Community Safety Wellbeing Report in May 2022. That funding then makes up this envelope, which we're effectively then redistributing back to the Edmonton Police with additional funding because the initial funding held back wasn't sufficient. Am I understanding that correctly?
So I'm just going to start a little bit further back. Council reduced police funding by 5.5 million, another 5.5 million for 11 million ongoing. Then in the fall budget, you reduced, you did not provide the increase to police. And from that money, you've spent, that was a total of 21.9 million ongoing. You've allocated it to a number of issues, including end poverty, reach, Indigenous encampment support, anti-racism strategy, transit safety plan, the CSWB strategy report in May, and there's now $12.8 million of that funding remaining. If you were to allocate this on a one-time basis, you will use $6.5 million in 2023 of that 12.8, and you will use 8.7 in 2024 of the 12.8 million ongoing.
Okay, so this effectively is our spend then. There's not, like, how much would be left?
So of 2023 money, you would still have 6.3 million. Of 2024 money, you'd have 4.1. And because you're allocating this on a multi-year one-time basis, you'll then have ongoing money again starting in 2025.
Yeah, I still worry that that's an enormous investment, and I guess then and I don't feel like I completely got clarity, or maybe I misunderstood, but to Councillor Knack's question, is this being viewed as an advance on a future police funding formula or envelope?
So there is, I'm just going to be honest, there's no contemplation of something called an advance. When you make a funding decision, you must decide at that point in time where the funding comes from. If at a later date you haven't spent the money that you've allocated, you can change funding sources. But I'm not sure I would use the language advance.
Okay, so is it, and maybe to the city manager then, in the conversations with the partners, the other partners are finding this within their existing budgets, but the police are finding this additionally, or they're asking the city to pay additionally. Is this going to be, when we have the funding formula conversation this fall, will this already be pre-committed? Or is this seen as, like, if the baseline was going to be 400 or whatever it is, is it now going to be baseline 418 or 415? Or is it just going to be still 400?
Yeah, two things quickly, Councillor. Firstly, others, it's not just the EPS that's getting money. We're giving money to fire. We're giving money to, in this contemplation, to community services as well.
Thank you for clarifying.
Secondly, I don't know what all the options are for police funding formula coming forward. I did say that we will commit to making sure in all those options we show you how HOSC would be funded ongoing if required in that funding formula.
Right. Okay. With the remainder of my time, yeah, this is, I'm sure, like a lot of things, this would be good, but I still come back to, I was running that numbers on 24/7 crisis response, and 10,000 hours for $2 million, 10,000 hours of police time that they have alleviated pressure on the police. That's equivalent to 250 full-time, 40-hour-a-week police officers. So I just worry, like, I really appreciate the language shared by the service that, you know, they're gonna, it's not just gonna be enforcement, there's gonna be soft handoff and working with people, but I still really worry, like, we arrest this person, they're loitering, their problem, they need housing. Solution, we don't have any. Like I'm still worried that we aren't, like, using police to do some of this other work that is important, could be good, but are there more impactful solutions and investments that we could be doing? I look
Michael,
at
out of time.
Okay.
Sorry. Councillor Wright, questions or speak?
Couple questions, then I can follow up with speak if
Go
no
ahead.
else. Okay.
Yeah.
where was my question now? Oh, Mr. Corbold, okay, so you said how HSOC will be funded going forward. So that's after 2024?
No, what I meant is when we bring the funding formula options to council forward this fall, before budget, we need to show you in those options how this would be, how we would fund HOSC going forward in 22 and 23 and 24
as well? Okay.
Going forward beyond, because the idea is if the police funding formula gets approved this fall, we would start using that in January of 23. So I think we need to show you how it would fund HOSC in 23 and 24.
Okay.
Not beyond 24.
Okay, okay, thank you. And then just going, so after the tragedies in Chinatown, I went and I looked on the crime map, and it showed for the past year where the homicides took place, and it was sort of all around the city. But now when I go back and look, I can only see the past 30 or the past 90 days as maximum time. Is it something wrong with my computer, or?
I would have to look into that.
Okay,
Counselor. I have
so
no idea why it would do that.
Can you tell me how many homicides in the past year then?
This past year, I
Yeah.
think we're at, I think we're right around 19.
Okay, so, and I understand the urgency, and I guess it's always, it's been a problem for a long time in the Chinatown area, and I do think we need to address it. But if it does seem to, if the crime seems to move outward, would resources be reallocated as well if things are?
The answer to that is yes,
Yes.
and that's what we've been saying all along.
Okay.
It's going to be that balancing act. We're trying to manage it at all right now.
Okay.
But absolutely, I mean, that's what we're here for, is wherever we're needed, we're going to have to be able to come up with some kind of strategy or do something to be able to address the safety issues.
Okay, okay. And I just have one other question, and it's unfortunate that Chief McPhee's not here, because it was something that he said in the media in a few weeks ago, talking about some dark clouds ahead. Any idea what he was referencing there?
So I'll take a stab at that. I think it's been the same message that we've been given since December of last year, noting that our data was showing that we were seeing reductions in other parts of the city, but we were seeing upticks in violence, especially within the Chinatown, the downtown, and the 118 Avenue. So noting that that's where we are heading as a city, we came here in December to speak about what we would do with our scheduled increase. At that presser that I think you're speaking about, and that's regarding the StatsCan update, we do know that we've seen decreases in certain areas, but when it comes to domestic violence or just violence in general, we are seeing that start to tick back up, and that is something that is troublesome for us as a service. So ensuring that we have our resources aligned to be able to address that. So in that context, that's what we're speaking about on what's on the horizon.
Okay, thank you for that clarity there.
All right, so that concludes the questions from council members. We have a motion on the floor, and I'll go to the list of council members to speak. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate the conversation today. So I'll just take a few minutes to speak to this, and just start by saying
Councillor
that
Salvador, can just hold on for a minute. Just hold on for a minute. We needed to correct the numbers, because these are different numbers than what is being proposed.
Nope. The numbers as
The numbers are good?
presented in the motion, I have confirmation from the CFO that they are correct.
They're good. Okay, good. All right, that's great. Sorry, Councillor Salvador. I just wanted to
No,
make sure.
no problem. No problem at all. Yeah, so I was just going to start by saying that I do think multidisciplinary teams are a really critical aspect of our overall approach to community safety and well-being. And I think there's already some really good work underway in that space as our comprehensive public safety plan continues. Broadly speaking, I think it's very clear that community safety and well-being is a major priority for this council and for Edmontonians. So I just want to echo my disappointment that we did not receive a response from the province. So I'll also touch on the funding source. So the community safety and well-being funds were taken from planned increases to the EPS budget to be reallocated to the community safety and well-being initiatives. And this motion would see them placed right back under EPS's budget. And for this reason, I'm not able to support the motion as written at this time. I feel that the intention behind the reallocation of the funds was to take pressure off of EPS, but I'm not really seeing that here. This doesn't seem like detasking. To me, this actually seems like expansion. And I think that's reflected in the uneven funding ask when compared against the governance model that we were presented with. And just reflecting back a few weeks ago, we had a long conversation about police funding where we heard arguments in favor of a funding formula so that EPS can allocate resources according to their operational priorities. We also heard strong argumentation against a service package approach. Council provided direction to move forward with a funding formula, which we'll be discussing at budget. And to me, the ask before us today looks very much like a service package, which does concern me, as does the timing of this ask. I don't feel that it's really adhering to the funding strategy that we discussed and the merits we discussed around service packages versus a funding formula. We have heard that independent of anything else, this is a priority for the Commission and EPS. So I would expect that resources would be reallocated accordingly, as they have been for several months, so that operational resourcing is reflective of those identified priorities. And for me, I always come back to, are we dealing with a symptom of a core root problem? And I do not feel that the Healthy Streets Operations Center is getting to the core root problems that we're experiencing related to the opioid crisis, houselessness, or mental health in our communities to the degree that we would need to see in order to result and see the results of enduring change in the community safety and well-being of our city. I can also foresee significant displacement occurring with this model, where social disorder is simply moved to adjacent areas without a systemic solution for those folks to turn to and to tap into, because we're still lacking housing, safe consumption sites, and mental health supports. And looking out to budget, there are many worthy initiatives that will come before us in the fall related to community safety and well-being. And the timing of this seemingly does pre-commit funds to this particular ask, which limits our ability to invest in other initiatives that could better address root causes and achieve a greater return on investment in the form of better community safety and well-being for all Edmontonians. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this motion, but again, really appreciate the discussion and dialogue today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, interesting conversation. It's a bit frustrating, to pick up on where Councillor Salvador left off. This is an issue. This is an initiative, I think, that kind of tries to answer both, of dealing with causes and reacting to symptoms. And how well it does, I don't know. I'm actually interested in seeing this move forward to see if it's a model that works. But here's the frustrating part. If the answer to growing issues is always more money for enforcement, then how does that make any logical sense, given that we have limited budgets and given that the root causes are not being addressed through enforcement? And so we'll just have growing root causes and growing budgets for enforcement, and nothing gets solved. It's very frustrating. Detasking, however, I'm not sure how that works if there's no commensurate support on the other side of things. If we are not getting those wraparound services for the housing that we built, if we're not getting a provincial government that is dealing with mental health issues and addictions issues and growing drug problems in our streets, then I'm not sure how efficacious even this effort will be. It's incredibly frustrating for Edmontonians as well, because if we pass this motion, that's a 1% increase in taxes for Edmontonians. And what we'll be doing is dealing with the consequences of a provincial government that is not taking its own responsibilities seriously. And so people are already paying their income tax, and now they get to pay a little bit of extra property tax on top of that for inaction. And as we know, the greatest irony here is that to actually deal with these issues from a root cause perspective costs everyone less money than the current failed status quo. And it is frustrating to hear that the issues around Chinatown and transit may have been foreseen and that there was no effort to adjust the way that policing was done in order to address the issues. And if I'm not understanding what was said, then I apologize, but that's what it sounded like. And for the public, that can be frustrating. Now, here's the last part of what I want to say about this, and that is that I do also hear from the public, boy, it's really frustrating to hear that council doesn't respect EPS. That could not be further from the truth. But the truth is that every dollar has to be accounted for, whether you are in Parks and Rec, whether you're dealing with transit, whether you're in fire, dealing with with the firefighters, or if you're in EPS. These are public dollars, and we have to be accountable for them and ensure that every dollar is being spent in the best way we possibly can as far as oversight goes. That's what it comes down to. It has nothing to do with ideologies or respect or disrespect. It has to do with respecting the people in the community who pay their taxes and delivering to them the most efficient and efficacious application of that money. That's it. At least that's all it is for me. So I'm going to support this, but I'm doing it mostly for the fact that I've spent a lot of time in Chinatown. I see the issues, and frankly, I don't know what the solution is. But if I'm being told that this will make a difference, we've got 2 years to test it out, and boy, oh boy, we'll know by then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will support this, and I'll offer a few things, but first I'll just touch on the funding piece, and I appreciate Ms. Padbury's comment that we don't technically give advances, but I have made a written note for myself that come budget, I will be making a clear motion to change the funding source from what is currently written in this motion to whatever the EPS is receiving through the funding formula. So I just want to be very clear with my intentions, because I really respect the caution that was raised by a couple of my colleagues that this is not the funding source that should be used for that. But based on our current process, the best way to do it is at budget. So being very clear, being very upfront, so there's no surprises to anyone here, that to me, those dollars come from whatever gets approved in that funding formula, full stop. So that's one piece I just wanted to make sure I covered. In terms of why I'll support this, and I think I'll echo some of the things that Councillor Paquette said. I am encouraged that, I've heard some positive feedback today from city staff, from EPS, that there has been some improvements in Chinatown. It might not be to the level we want, but there's been a reduction in disorder. There's been an improvement in safety. But I think we cannot ignore the reality that this, without the other party part of this process, this is still just dealing with a symptom, and it's completely this might be the most proactive, reactive solution, but that's all it is still. It is still just a reactive solution, and I don't want to sit here and promise folks in the audience that this is going to solve every problem, because I can guarantee you it will not. And that's no disrespect to the folks in EPS or to our city staff who are going to be working tirelessly, but they are being abandoned right now. And we can throw $100 million more, and it's not going to actually make a significant change in what is happening there each and every day. So, and it's like, we've all been, like, I'm just repeating myself from a month ago or 2 months ago or 6 months ago or a year ago. Like, this council's heard it, past council's heard it, the public's heard it. We know what we need is not just the addictions treatment bed. And great, the province is putting a bit of funding into addictions treatment. I do actually want to give them credit on that. That's one small piece. But there's housing units that will be ready to be opened in, 4 weeks. And so all of these folks who want to, help direct the individuals that are dealing with significant challenges, we have nowhere to take them. All the social agencies, they can't keep their doors open long enough. So again, we'll have a lot more people to proactively be reactive. We'll be able to maybe get them quicker to the lineup at the Bissell Center or to, the waiting list of all of our other housing agencies. But that's going to be the extent of it. And so let's just make sure we accept that reality with this. I appreciate that this may help with some very limited pieces on the street, but it's not going to have something meaningful. And so again, it's repeating ourselves a million times, but this is a call to action of everyone. We need, and I know EPS is doing advocacy, I know the city's doing advocacy, I know the community's doing advocacy, and we just can't let up. I mean, there's going to be a new premier. Someone needs to do something at some point. And this group is all doing the work we need to do. It's just we can't keep waiting and waiting and waiting because like it feels useless. It feels so defeating after years and years sitting here and having the same conversations, and we're constantly picking up the pieces. So this will help marginally. I'll support it. Maybe we can actually see something really meaningful done, but I'm not holding my breath at this point anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmill? Sorry, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So for planning and recruitment, I guess I'm prepared to vote in favor of this motion on the basis that it's going to be included in the funding formula come the fall. We're holding you to that. So, and I don't think enforcement's the key. We do need to address the root causes, but maybe by demonstrating our commitment to the responsibility of policing that we've been tasked with, maybe that'll serve as an example to the provincial government to step up for what they're responsible for: housing, the drug poisoning, mental health. I think we also need a police commission that provides better oversight on the resources that we are providing, both on a financial and human resources basis. So I think if we all can do what we can do, then maybe we can maybe not solve the problems of the world, but help people out. So I am voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmill?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm just, having heard the comments of my colleagues today about whether this is the appropriate funding source or, what was the original intent and that kind of thing. And I will confess that just as a bit of a reminder where this really came into focus again in terms of police funding and all of the associated conversations around that, which has been the undertone here today, was at the same time as the pandemic. That came out of the renewed Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. And it came out of the murder of George Floyd. And there was a lot of conversation at that time that, quite frankly, is very difficult to define in a terse summary. That the goal was to detask the police. There was at least 17-part motion moved, and part of the undertone of that conversation, whether we want to admit it to ourselves or not, was that there was a punitive element to be expressed. There was part of that conversation, part of the undertone of the presentations was that the police needed to be punished. And so and it's tough to disaggregate that part of the conversation, particularly when you're looking back through this foggy lens of all the time we spent on COVID matters and all the time we spent on police matters and funding matters and budget pressures as to just what the motivation was for what. Through all of that, though, first of all, a couple of things have become clear. We absolutely need more from the province in terms of addiction treatment spaces. We absolutely need more from the province in terms of acute mental health spaces. And we need to continue to be relentless in our ask of the province for those things. But when we talk way up here about province versus city and COVID versus police funding versus, you know, all the things that I just said that I cannot articulate in any really articulate way because it is so foggy and so confused and so many overlapping pieces, was that this community, Chinatown, Boyle Street, Macaulay, has lived this journey for years, where there's been an over-concentration of social service agencies and an under-concentration of resources to deal with that community and with those agencies. And it has now arrived at a point where we have two cohorts that intermingle, those that need our support and those that want to take advantage of the vulnerable. And quite frankly, the only way we're going to disaggregate those two cohorts is to put eyes on the street in that space. Not forever, but for now. And if out of that, if we draw upon the best elements of community policing and the best elements of co-dispatch as we learn this journey about how we get the right resource to the right place at the right time for the right person in the right way, is to go out and learn. And the only way we're going to begin to reduce police budgets and other budgets and begin to detask not just the police service, but the social service ecosystem, is to go out and test these ideas and learn and fail and reapply and learn again. And this is the first step in a number of those jerseys, is to go and do that in the community in Edmonton that needs it the most right now. So if out of this we understand better how we communicate with the most vulnerable, if out of this we understand just how much that criminal element will take advantage of the vulnerable, if we understand that in the meantime, the pawns in this chess game are those property owners and those shopkeepers that have to deal with the violence, the damage to property, the detritus that remains from disorderly conduct because there's not those chaperones to help that vulnerable community, we learn better what strategies are going to work, not just here, but across our city. This is absolutely the first step in how we're going to come to a solution set. Hopefully we bring our partners along, but it's going to require an investment, an increased investment, before we get to that place where we can decrease the investments across the board. So I really encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I have a lot of thoughts about this, not just today, but for the past many weeks, months that we've been talking about this. So I'll try my best to articulate them. So I am going to support this motion. But I do want to take a few moments to put a few things on record. The only reason why I'm supporting today's motion is because of the historical under-resourcing that has been happening in Edmonton's Chinatown, when it is an area with one of the highest concentration of issues. And this under-resourcing has been due to political reasons, egos, and a long-time lack of support for the inner city and for marginalized communities. The systems have failed you. And there are a lot of needs everywhere in the city, absolutely. And I'm hearing from many of my ward residents about the disproportionate investments in downtown when there are still so many outstanding issues happening outside of the core that also needs funding. And to that I will also say, Chinatown has never really been considered as part of downtown. And we're still playing catch up right now to right or wrong that has been hurting the community here for years. And investing downtown, the heart of the city, can also lead to impacts on safety everywhere, on our transit systems, and can incentivize more people to come back many times over. And so if this additional center and operational deployment can help create the confidence, then I want to be able to support that. And if we actually deploy evidence-based tactics properly, as we've been told through the report, it should actually result in very little displacement. So I think the fact is already happening. I hope our service and the commission will take a look at how the patrol and the tactics are deployed every day. And this is why I ask what the day-to-day will look like. And I just want to add a few more considerations. You know, I think there's a narrative out there. People are equating not supporting this initiative as not supporting the community. And I think that's absolutely false. And I think that's been mentioned, but I guess I want to emphasize, I think the current conversation has been really used for political and personal gains at the expense of the community. And I would say that the Chinatown community is not a monolith. And not everyone's voice is always heard. And I know there have been voices who have challenged the status quo, the relationships the community has with the houseless, the agencies, etc. And they're not always recognized, so I want to recognize that. And I want to caution for the expectation the community has about what this will accomplish and what this will change. A hub is not going to solve all the problems in Chinatown. Some more visible than others, since many are longstanding and systemic than others. This is a 2-year evaluation I think will be really important, as other councilors have mentioned. And this will factor into my consideration for the funding formula discussion. You know, we create many of these services and teams, and still to date, we have no place to take people to. We just have people to take people, but they have nowhere to go to. And this is not just on the city. And I hope the community also helps us in that advocacy work. And so that's why I do want to bring the conversation back at the ecosystem level. And I think for investment at this scale, without that understanding, without, I think, fundamentally changing how we interact, how we, the roles, the interactions, the routines, we're not going to be changing the system. So I see this as an opportunity for some of that work. And if that work doesn't happen and nothing really fundamentally changes, happy to be revisiting this decision at that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I've raised some of my concerns, so I'll be very quick, less than a minute. I note that previous council fought really hard to get the province to contribute $8.9 million in funding that would operate on a wraparound basis a year's worth of 350 supportive housing units. And earlier we heard administration share about the 1,000 souls out in the streets, and not all of them need supportive housing. Some of them could use below market housing, and it's incredibly cheap to provide. But I just think about whether this 15, 16 million, for sake of math, if 350 supportive housing units for $9 million, so 700 supportive housing units for $18 million. And I think we have to hold this up to the light on every single decision we make. There is an opportunity cost, and whatever the funding source, whatever the intention, every single dollar we put into enforcement, or we put into the police, or we put into some other area is a dollar we can't put into housing. And we all know the answer here. Housing, 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 addiction and mental health. Why do people do meth? Because you're afraid of getting sexually assaulted at night when you're sleeping on the street.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Anyone else to speak? Before I go to Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. I want to start by, first of all, thanking the community from Chinatown and the business from Chinatown for really, coming along, and in a way that you've been working with city administration, you've been working with EPS, and you've been working with us as elected officials. I also want to thank our partners, police and fire and others, and our administration as well, because Chinatown has been neglected for too long, and it needs attention. And even though the death of the two beloved members of the Chinese community who had nothing to do with lack of police resources, it had nothing to do with lack of support from the city. It had everything to do with the system failure, where people were dropped off. A person who had a criminal record, who was released on a condition not to be in the city, was dropped off in the city and took the lives of two Edmontonians. I think it needs to be absolutely clear. The city had nothing to do with that. But it brought a spotlight to the plight of Chinatown. And since then, we have met with members of the Chinese community, have heard from many of them the need to increase enforcement and the need for a multidisciplinary team such as this located in the community. And this request has a long history, I understand, and we heard from members of the Chinese community that they've been asking for such a multidisciplinary team for a while. So I'm glad that our administration is delivering that. I look forward to the outcome of this. For example, how the social agencies and the community will work together to achieve some of the reduction in disorder and the crime. And I hope that as we start collecting data, that we will be able to disaggregate that as much as possible to understand that the impact of indigenous communities and racialized communities, to understand that better when enforcement is taking place, that we are not further marginalizing or further criminalizing those who have been already victimized by the society. It is very important, and I hear from the police that I'm actually pleased to hear the answers about connecting people to services and enforcement being the last choice in some cases where there has to be. So I'm glad to hear that. But go back to my earlier question, statements. The crisis that we're seeing in our downtown, in our Chinatown, in our 118th Avenue, 107th Avenue, is a direct result of lack of investment in housing and lack of investment in healthcare, in mental health, treating people's illness, treating people's trauma. So what we are doing here, we're dealing with symptoms of that. Yes, we have to, and we are stepping up. I want to let community know, we have your back. We have your back, but we will not be successful until our provincial partners come to the table. And I plea once again to the community and everyone else listening, please help us get that message out. Please talk to your elected officials, the people that you know, people that are connected to the community, the ministers who showed up during those meetings. Ask them again, where have they been for next 3 months? For last 3 months, sorry. And when they're going to show up to help, actually deliver, and live up to their words that they shared with the community. And I hope that that community will help us do that, because without that, we will not be able to find long-term sustainable solutions. I'm going to support this because this is what community has asked for, and we need to honor that commitment. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to stabilize the situation and help the immediate challenges that communities in Chinatown and others are facing. So with that, and I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to close. Sorry, Councillor Rice, I'm so sorry, but Councillor Hamilton moved the motion. She's closing it now. There's no opportunity to speak. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I really appreciate the robust discussion that has happened today, that's happened at previous meetings, and the thoughtful approach that I think each of my colleagues is bringing to this. even if the summary isn't that we all agree. So this came to us because it actually, I think, was part of this was actually pitched to us, City Council, in budget of last year, as tension in the area was identified, and the Healthy Streets Operations Center was pitched as part of sort of, I'm going to say, the growth of the service that the police service, along with city administration, need to provide in the area. As Councillor Cartmel noted, there's still work to be done with the province, but we do have a role here. We can't just say it's provincial responsibility. This is fundamentally about leveraging the authority we do have, our municipal authorities, whether it's through police, fire, bylaw, and partnership support from the community services agencies that are working in the area. But in order to make those partnerships the most effective, we need to leverage our full authority as a city, and this is the way that we do it, to address a neighborhood that is in crisis and has been telling us this for a really long time. We need to keep the perspective, as the city manager noted, that this is a whole of city approach, and it's not negating the larger and very important conversation about getting the right service to the right call, but this request came forward because there needs to be action in this neighborhood now. There is absolutely a place for that conversation, and we're going to have it going into the fall. But those service and those services, but it shouldn't and it cannot be at the expense of providing essential public safety for communities while those community safety and well-being protocols are being brought online. Root causes are very important to address, as are long-term investments. And we do need to make those investments, but we need to address the real and immediate issues in this area. Councillor Paquette made a really good point about the need to have commensurate support on the other side of funding reductions. And I think that's important to note. We right now have a tranche of money, real money that has been collected, and it's not being used for anything. So we can hang on to it with the intention that it will be used for something, but and we can talk about where we'd like to see the money go, but right now that money is not doing anything. The impetus for this motion and this conversation was and still is physical violence and safety. And we can't lose perspective that residents, business owners, consumers in the area are entitled. Actually, every Edmontonian, every person is entitled to a sense of physical safety and security. We know right now that the status quo isn't working in the area, and the conversation we continue to have around public safety is important, but we need action. So with that, I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has carried. Councillor Tang, you have a subsequent?
Yes, I do.
Just hold on before. Councillor Rice, you have a subsequent? Okay. Councillor Tang?
We're good?
There are versions. If you could read it out slowly, I'll confirm what I
Yes. Are we good with the version? Okay, I'm just going to read it. That administration prepare a report that outlines and maps the landscape of multidisciplinary teams in the city, their results to date, governance structures, funding sources, interactions with each other, and other formal and informal organizations and networks in the ecosystem, and opportunities for greater alignment and consistency to supplement the progress report for Healthy Street Operations Center. Due date, first Community and Public Services Committee meeting in 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a subsequent motion on the floor, seconded by Councillor Paquette.
I can just
Yeah,
take
can you
a-
make the introduction, please?
Yeah, just very quickly, I think, a while ago at one of the committee meetings, Councillor Jans and Councillor Stevenson actually voiced sort of the need for the evaluation for our transit safety teams. And at the time, it was too premature to get some of those evaluation results. But I thought it was a good question in terms of, multidisciplinary teams come up a lot, and they've been around well before, this council. And we actually don't know where things are at. And I feel that so I think part of my struggle with today's decision around the healthy streets is that I feel like I lack this higher level landscape view of where things are at with all the things, whether it's city funding or other sources. And I actually don't have a good sense of how they're interacting with each other. So I think this is important evidence to demonstrate, to build a case. I would like to see this come back with a progress report for Healthy Street. I heard the Mr. City Manager mention that for 2023, 2024, quarterly update. And I think it's fair to get a report back on the what's happening currently with the resources. And I think this report will serve as important supplemental information to help all of us here understand the situation. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, questions?
No, this is just from previous speaking list.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, apologies. Since I have 43 minutes, can I just add one more thing? Just really critical. One more thing. In fact, this work is actually happening and conversation is happening. So I'm very glad to see that. I just want this to be on the record so that we have something that comes back. This is not to kind of pile on more work for administration, it's to more amplify the conversation that you are having with partners like Reach Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, questions?
Yes, I'm glad you said the work was already underway, because it does seem like a huge undertaking. Is it possible to have it for budget if there's going to be any other requests coming through on?
We talked a bit about the due dates, Councillor, and I was specifically concerned about the budget preparation and dates. And this is a big piece of work, and yes, it's been started with some of our partners, but I think that was because we talked about December, and
Andre, can you move close to the mic?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'd asked that we move it to January because I think we're just going to be working 24/7 in December as it is, so.
Okay. I hope I don't have too many questions when budget things refer to this too, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
fair enough. Now, if it's helpful, we do plan to be doing a bit of an update, not in this level of detail to community safety and well-being before budget. We have to provide that as part of that strategy, so we'll do anything we can to comment on this particular part of it.
Okay, hopefully that'll be enough info then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we're ready to vote? Councillor Tang, we ready to vote? Okay. Can you just take your name off, please, the list, if you don't mind? Okay,
Okay.
please. I see no more questions. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please, sorry. That is carried. Any more subsequent motions? I don't see, so we'll take a break now.
Wait, could you receive 7-1 for information, please?
Yes,
Just that was 6-1.
I can move.
Councillor Stevenson,
Sure, move receipt of information for 7.1.
7.1 to receive for information. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Cartmel seconded that. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are in the recess. Sorry, we are back, and I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a quick roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
So all of us are here. So Madam Clerk, can we bring forward 7.5?
Yes, you can. With
Can
unanimous
somebody move
consent
that,
or by a vote.
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton, you
I'll
move.
move that we bring forward item 7.5.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote to bring forward 7.5, the Prairie Sky Gondola land agreement.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So now we are on item 7.5, Prairie Sky Gondola land agreement. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. I will go to her and please sign up to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor right away that the August 10th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01252 be received for information.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. We have a motion on the floor. And you want to make introduction or ask questions as well? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have just a couple of questions, but I'll start with a bit of an introduction. You know, a receipt for information has never felt so loaded because it has significant implications. It does mean that at the very least, there will be a pause for the gondola project at this time. And I'm so grateful to everyone who's contributed to this conversation, including Prairie Sky Gondola, our city staff, and the many community members that came out to speak last week. The gondola idea is something that I was initially very skeptical about, but I came to see as an exciting idea, homegrown Edmonton initiative that has expanded the way we think about transportation in our city. In the past, I've been equally skeptical about the funicular and e-scooters, which seemed like outlandish technologies at the time, but I now rely on to get around the city. So as we've gone through this process, though, it's become apparent that there are far broader considerations and implications of this project, particularly given the Indigenous importance of the Rossdale site. I do truly believe in the sincerity of the Prairie Sky Gondola proponents in their desire to advance reconciliation through greater visibility, awareness raising, and storytelling. But as I continue to listen and learn through my own journey of reconciliation, I've come to see that so much of that process is about relationship, and the processes are even more important than the end products themselves. I think this really speaks to further work that we need to do, and not only on Prairie Sky. I mean, I think what I was left with is how much we need to take what we heard from the community on ourselves as a city organization. We have a number of major projects planned in the Rossdale area, and it's incumbent upon ourselves to hold ourselves to the same standard that we've been discussing in regards to the gondola. So with that, I want to segue into a couple questions, but I'm very close on time. I know that Ms. McCullough last week mentioned that there are a number of engagement processes underway for the parkland, for example. I was just wondering if administration could provide more detail on that and whether you require some direction. Oh, well, yeah, I think that there are some subsequent motions on that point, but just wanted to get a sense that that work is underway.
So there is work that's currently underway in river crossing with a variety of different projects, and we will be working forward on creating what we're looking at as a governance structure with regards to a committee that can help make decisions related to all the work there, whether that's touch the water promenade, the Rossdale power plant, etc.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get an understanding, as Councillor Stevenson said, if we vote in favor of receiving this for information, this means that the project would be on hold. Is that correct?
this is received for information, then essentially what that direction is telling us that we're no longer working towards a gondola proposal, and that's the same opinion I believe that Prairie Sky understands as well.
That's, sorry, city, I just want to clarify. So that's city work on hold. What Prairie Sky decides to do is completely up to them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure if the city would be doing, we were discussing Indigenous consultation. If we receive this for information, the city, or would the city even do any consultation at all, or would that be up to the proponent?
That's up to the proponent. We would not be moving forward for any, on this project from a city administration perspective if this is accepted for information. So essentially, Councillor, when we talked about, you know, gates for opportunities for decisions on this gate was about a land deal. And so without just accepting it for information means there is no land deal that is being approved. And that was an important gateway to move on to the next piece. And so we would not move forward.
Okay, and let's say that this motion was on the floor and like the motion passed to move ahead with the project or the next step or next phase of the project. Were there, from my understanding, there would be checkpoints where administration could possibly stop or maybe give a recommendation either to support or not support to council?
Yeah, there are some opportunities, and again, of course, we would have to let the public hearing process play out, which would, you know, be a major step and would be considered by council as well. So, yeah.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
We can ask questions to administration.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of my questions were answered, but I guess I want to hear your, I guess this last area of stuff that's kind of outstanding for me. You know, on top of risk a little bit, you know, I appreciate in the report, there's, you know, proponent has suggested a variety of ways to mitigate the risk. At the end of the day, we're still a landlord. So I think, and I appreciate Ms. Pabre, you had mentioned that, you know, we're not investors, so we're looking at, you know, risk from a different perspective. But I guess I'm also wondering from maybe a legal perspective, can you talk a little bit about, you know, the risk profile for this project?
Councillor, I think the two big risks that I saw were the financial viability of the project. So if Prairie Sky starts construction and can't complete, or the gondola isn't viable and they have to cease operations, those are the two biggest risks I saw.
Even though that they have proposed various mitigation for, you know, they're seizing, you know, operation or going, you know, there's strategies in place to mitigate that, but in reality though, are those, I guess, realistic? Are there other risks that we haven't considered? If you can just elaborate, that'd be great.
Sure. I think there's always risks, especially in a big project like this, that we haven't considered. And that's why you have things like insurance. And they're going to have an obligation to get insurance, and the city will be an additional insured to that policy. In addition, they will be indemnifying the city for those unforeseen events. So, and that's a typical in any commercial lease. And that's how you would cover those unforeseen risks off. In terms of the decommissioning security, we saw that as a useful tool to deal with the two big risks I mentioned, and that is if Prairie Sky does run into financial difficulties, the city wants the land back in a restored fashion, and it would be that tool that we would use to ensure that happens.
I think the risks that we, you know, from a larger insurance claims management kind of risk perspective is where we're sitting right now. We have a lack of fulsome information. So where we're at, it's hard to determine when you talk about a decommissioning bond, what does that look like? We know we will work through those terms if the project continues, but they create a lot of ambiguity right now. Insurance terms, what we've proposed are the minimums. It would be up to Prairie Sky to determine what the proper insurance coverage would be. But I still have questions about the sufficiency of where they land on that question. So there's kind of those perspectives that concern me.
Thank you so much I really appreciate that. And this will mean ongoing staff time, city resources dedicated to basically concretizing those details so that they're not so vague that they're I don't even know what the legal term is, so that, those can be stand on. Right.
That's correct. And also, when you talk about a decommissioning bond terms, for example, we would need some expert advice, external expert advice on that piece. So more work would be done.
Great. Thank you so much. That is it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Tang already asked my question, so I'll just leave it at that. I will have a subsequent, though, afterwards.
Can you speak up? Sorry.
Oh, you couldn't hear me. I said Councillor Tang already answered or asked my question, so I'll just leave it at informing council that I will have a subsequent afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Oh, apologies. It looked like folks were not on. I'm just here to speak. No questions.
No problem. Councillor Rice.
If we could just ask those who are participating remotely, if you wouldn't mind speaking into the microphones.
Yeah,
For
please.
some reason, we're having some sound issues here in City Hall. We'll look into the issue.
Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Very quick question. If we receive, I just want to get clarification. We just received as information. Is there any, let me say this way, two questions. The first question, is there any impact to our city already put the efforts, and then since 2018 to now, is there anything liability, and then our city will?
No, I don't believe there's any impact, but there has been a lot of time spent on this.
So if we just receive as information. And so if we receive as information, does that mean we don't have any opportunity? Do we still have opportunity to address the concern and from public speakers we heard, and to do the formal Indigenous engagement? So if we just vote, for example, passed, received as information.
Well, those kinds of things are the proponent's responsibility to do. So we would not be doing that in either case.
So not from city's side.
Correct.
So that means all the two agreements right now is just pass.
So just for clarity, receiving for information means you will not enter either of these agreements.
Okay. Does that mean the project is completely stopped, or the project is still going forward to address the concerns and our public speakers brought up, and then come back to council again?
From the perspective of the city, the project is stopped. But if Prairie Sky decides to do more work and think about all that they've heard and come back, we don't control that. That's completely up to them.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So what other work would the city consider undertaking if Prairie Sky came back with another proposal? Would it include things like environmental, Indigenous consultation, the financial impact on public transit, overall development in Rossdale? In order to provide a recommendation to council, would those be some things that would need it to be done?
Those are, I think, fair along a list of a bunch of things that need to be done to the satisfaction of council, which I don't think we're there yet. Normally in any development, that's the proponent's responsibility to do, and so we would, of course, work with the proponent if we have this land deal, we move forward. But again, taking it for information, which would mean we would stop our current work on it.
And how much in city resources would that require to pull all that together to make a recommendation?
Well, I think it depends, Councillor, on if we were to expand into what is traditionally a proponent's responsibility, which we would not recommend doing. So we don't see ourselves doing the leading and completely doing the Indigenous engagement for a private proponent. That is their responsibility. If we were asked to do that to council, we'd have to make an assessment given the detail, but I think the answer is quite significant in terms of staff time. I'm particularly concerned about any IRO staff time, simply because we have a huge body of work to do with TRC, and we'll be coming to council soon with a long list of recommendations on truth and reconciliation action that they need to lead.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wright, Councillor Jans?
Just a couple quick questions. Could a constituent emailed me and said you need to listen to the city manager. The city manager is recommending this project. That's not my interpretation. My interpretation is the proprietor did, the admin brought forward this recommendation, but can we confirm, has the city manager or administration have you reviewed the business case? Have you signed off on this? What language would you use to describe where we're at?
The language I would use, Councillor, is that the previous council instructed us to put together what would be a land deal to get this to happen. That's what we have done. We have not recommended the project. I've not signed off on the project from a proponent perspective. Some of the work we've done, there has been a preliminary review of business cases, and we take that much at face value as we do with other developments. If somebody's building an apartment building, I don't really care if it's profitable or not. It's not my job or responsibility. So we don't make recommendations on that. And while this is a unique project, we have tried to stick with the elements of development, permitting, and applications and things like that. And like I said earlier, a significant piece, if we were to get through this step, would be a public hearing on this, which would be open to all sorts of questions and commentary and assessments and reviews. Yeah. So we have brought that we were willing to sign off and recommend as a potential land deal to meet the proponent's requirements. That's all we've done.
Appreciate the clarification. Similarly, would you say this city has, with regards to the Indigenous relations strategy, how would you characterize our, did we receive it? Did we review it? Did we co-create it? Where are we on the?
No, we didn't do any of that. We did have, I think there were 1 or 2 meetings where we were asked questions about Indigenous consultation, and we provided a bit of interpretation in terms of the kinds of things we do and we have done for things like Touch the Water and a few other things. And so we have in no way signed off on the plan.
Right.
And
appreciate that. Two other minor questions, if I may. Can I confirm that this wouldn't need a subsequent motion from administration, but that administration, if they wanted to, as an outcome of this, have connections or conversations with the Edmonton Radial Rail Society to talk about how to scale up or scale out the high-level streetcar and opportunities to use existing tourism and transportation opportunities here? I initially wanted to do a subsequent motion about this, but I was thinking admin may already have plans to do such a conversation.
I'm not aware of any, but I'll just see if anybody is.
I don't know if
Councillor, it's Adam Laughlin here. Our work on the high-level bridge is underway. We're just in the process of procuring a consultant, and any sort of measures on the high-level bridge will be considered as part of that assignment.
Excellent, thank you. And similarly, the question of if for future ETS wanted to look as part of our mass transit work, if they wanted to bring forward or consider a gondola, ETS still could undertake that work to study it like Simon Fraser University just did with TransLink. It is conceivable that ETS may, if they wanted to bring forward an innovation in transit, they still could bring that forward to council. Am I correct in that?
Theoretically, yes. I have no plans to do that at this point in time, anytime soon.
Right, and then my last question was, and if we were to do that, we would have some sort of, or could have some sort of an open RFP process in future.
I think that's fair.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Can you move the second round?
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Sorry, just following up from Councillor Jans's questions, actually. So I understand that the gondola was worked into our transportation model, regional transportation model. So just wanted to get a sense as well, if this is, this idea has been planted, is the city going to run with that in terms of some of our modeling or some of our considerations of how we expand our mass transit network?
Councillor Stevenson, that wasn't intended to be part of the analysis. Anytime a developer brings in a new development, what we've have to do is we have to analyze it in our regional travel model. And so we had to build the gondola into the model as a scenario because we're currently working on reviewing that TIA.
Okay, very, very interesting. Thank you for that clarity. So that would not be an active scenario that would be tested out when looking at bus rapid transit?
Depending on council's decision here today, if this report is received for information, that would not be an active scenario that we will continue to explore.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. I appreciate it. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Just a question more out of curiosity than anything. Has the city ever contemplated a gondola in the past? Like, is this the first time we're ever hearing about gondola as like the vehicle? Just curious.
I don't think we're aware of one.
Oh, okay. I thought there was one many years ago, but just, okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor. There was some contemplation publicly about a line from the south, I think, the university area to where that there was going to be there was talk of a waterways development. I can't remember what it was called. It was like canals,
Okay.
canal development.
Interesting. And so that was like a
as part of
city.
that canal development, there had been talk about a gondola just from the canal to White Avenue, I believe. But I don't think it ever got to this point in
I see.
deliberations with the city. I heard about that this weekend, actually. So.
Did you?
And I don't have a lot of facts about it, but yes.
Right. But that would have been a city-led project.
No, it was a private.
It was also a
proponent.
private.
It was a
Okay.
private proponent, as far as.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. I was just more out of curiosity than anything.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to clarify something because I think for me, the decision point today is around the lease agreement, and the lease, to my understanding, was really meant to be a little bit of a guarantee for investors and that. So the ball is really still in this private business's court to continue doing this just without that guarantee of land. Is that correct?
I would agree, Councillor Rutherford. It's up to them what they choose to do if it's just submitted for information. And what they had said to us is that this was important from an investor perspective.
Yeah.
And I think what they said publicly last week was, they needed this guarantee so that they could get, the money they needed to do
Yeah.
the significant work ahead.
Yeah, but I think what I'm understanding today, just trying to get clarity on is, I think for me, that there's questions I have about the lease agreement, so it's a deal breaker for me. But if those questions are answered in the future, however Prairie Sky goes about on their own terms getting those answers and comes back, we just like any other private sector that's coming forward with the development, we would hear that out. Just, can you
Yeah, I think,
clarify?
Councillor, if they went and did bunch of work, came back in 6 months and a year with a different perspective and different things, I don't think we would say no. We would have a listen to that. But, it had been made clear to us that if they don't get the land deal, it was a bit of a
Yeah,
showstopper.
so that's, so yeah, so we're, yeah, okay, thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair? Just
Take
a
it.
couple of questions. This is to Ms. McCabe. I think you were present during when we heard from members of the public last week. One of the ideas that has come up from Indigenous leaders is the ability to reimagine and co-develop Indigenous engagement related to this historic site, Rossdale Flats. Just want to get a sense from you. I know Councillor Paquette has some subsequent related to that. Is that possible in light of some of the other plans that are in the works or has been approved?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. It's possible based on what we heard. Clearly seems like it's an important element for our community as a whole and part of our own truth and reconciliation journey as a community.
Okay, and we'll be able to engage with the Indigenous communities. I look for, I know this, because that's was quite clear to me from the Indigenous leadership that that maybe this is also from business growth and business attraction point of view, there's a higher bar of Indigenous engagement, right? I think giving that indication to the business community probably be a good certainty as well.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Yeah, because I think that those are the things I needed to clarify. No, and I'll take the chair back.
Mr. Mayor, if
sorry.
I may add, Councillor Tang asked a question about a previous study.
Yeah.
There was a study done by the ETS Advisory Board in June of 2018. And so that's the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board to Council that looked at urban gondolas.
Got it. Okay. All right. So I'll take the chair back. That concludes the questions. I see no more questions on this. Now we can go into speaking. Councillor Salvador, I'll start with you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Sophie. And just going to confirm that my sound is okay. I know there were issues before.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I just want to start by thanking City Administration for working to protect our interests and for taking steps to mitigate risk. Also really want to thank all the speakers, many of whom I'm sure are watching or listening today, for taking the time to come out and speak in front of committee and share their perspectives. I know that the gondola has generated significant conversation in our city, and I appreciate all of the emails, messages, calls, correspondence that I've received leading up to this debate. And for me, this decision really comes down to a few things. So first and foremost, we heard significant concern from community members about the extent and quality of Indigenous consultation and engagement, and the significance of this location as an ancestral burial ground and ceremonial site. I've been hearing from constituents throughout my ward, both Indigenous and settlers, concerned about the meaning of this project for reconciliation. And I'm not comfortable with conditionally approving this project without adequate, genuine, and appropriate consultation having already taken place. We're all treaty people, and when these concerns are raised, it's incumbent on us to take them very seriously and be conscientious, not only about what decisions we make, but about how those decisions are made. Second, I've been carefully weighing the discussion around transportation. And what I've arrived at is that, for me, this is ultimately a privately led tourism venture with a side benefit of publicly accessible but private transportation. And based on the evidence that I've been presented with, I'm not confident that the fee structure will be fair, equitable, and affordable. And the reason that I'm not confident in this is rooted in the current governance model and the fact that Prairie Sky Gondola would have full autonomy over the fee structure. And while council has been provided verbal answers concerning the rates that frequent riders would pay versus tourists, for example, the reality is those fares could change at any time over the course of the next 90 years in order to generate additional revenue. And we've heard about the possibility of bankruptcy and the need for a decommissioning bond, but another possibility is that an acquisition could take place. And new ownership would only be held to the contractual agreements we put in place. This is to say business models evolve, and they're not all unilaterally aligned with public interest. And as representatives of the public, we have to be very careful when we're making that assessment. And I absolutely support expanding transportation options and improving accessibility to and through Rossdale. And I think conversations like accelerating planned bus rapid transit lines and our mass transit strategy will help get us there. Third, I wanted to bring up the risk of decision creep and the discomfort I have with the order in which we're being asked to make a decision without key pieces of information. When I think back to conversations that I had with residents on the doors, whenever the gondola would come up, I would say that in order to make an informed decision, I need more information related to the environmental assessment, integration with transit, archaeological assessment, Indigenous consultation, given the significance of the site. And I would have expected to see more information on these points, even before considering the conditional agreements. So the city has been talking about reworking the West Rossdale area close to the old power plant for decades. I'm interested in seeing this area transition into a special gathering place where people can live and learn and connect, that recognizes and respects the unique history and sacred nature of the area. And at this point, I can't say that the gondola would move us towards that vision, at least not in the right way. And as we heard from some of our speakers at committee, I actually think that there's a really exciting opportunity here for reconciliation in action if we're intentional about how we approach Rossdale more broadly. And I would welcome any subsequent motions that look at opportunities for Indigenous governance and oversight. So to wrap up, having carefully weighed all aspects of this proposal, I do not feel that the bar for public good is being met in exchange for what would be given up. So I'll be voting to receive this report for information and not to proceed with the land agreements. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and likewise, I'll support receipt of information, which is what's before us today, and share just a few thoughts. I think, reflecting on this is that, and I think we touched on it, and Councilor Salvador touched on a bit in her points, the order of the conversation was possibly, well, I think, I'll speak just so for myself, is that I think we could have done that better as the past council. We were very focused on the financial aspect because that was what was dominating the conversation. And so we made a very particular effort about ensuring there was not going to be any city money. I mean, I appreciate staff time costs money, but generally speaking, the intent was to ensure that there would be no city money put in. And that had been what had really taken over the conversation from the very beginning. And clearly, in hindsight, the error on, for myself, speaking just for myself, is that the engagement piece related to what is generally going to happen in Rossdale was not thought about. And it shouldn't just be about Rossdale. I think there's the learning I take away from here is more broadly around all of our infrastructure projects. How are we ensuring we are properly accounting for the impact to Indigenous communities, and how do we make sure there is that Indigenous-led process from the beginning, whether it's in Rossdale, whether it's in other parts of the city, to make sure that we are truly embracing our role in reconciliation. So I get that piece, and so I think that's a mistake that I'd like to make sure we address. Appreciate that there will be a subsequent motion coming up that I think will begin us down a path of what you need to do here, because again, receiving for information I think is the right step today, but more broadly there needs to be a great conversation about what will happen in Rossdale going forward, because we have this River Valley business plan that had been created, and likewise I don't know if that business plan has embraced that notion of Indigenous-led engagement, and that's nothing to take away from our city staff, who I think have done a phenomenal job, but even in a few short years, I think the expectation has rightfully changed around what we do. So that's something for me to reflect on and make sure that as we go forward, whether it's for Rossdale, whether it's for anything else in the city, that we're thinking about that aspect. So yeah, that's the main reason I'll vote to receive for information today, because I would like to see something more happen with regards to engagement. I think we heard enough community members around Indigenous-led process for Rossdale, because we need to have a plan for that space. The other sort of point I want to bring up today, and for me, is that what I hope isn't taken from this decision, assuming it is received for information, is that I would hope people don't think we don't want creativity and innovation to be presented to the city. I really want to make sure people feel encouraged to try new things in the city and to bring forward different ideas. The message people shouldn't take from receipt of information is that we just want the same thing all the time. Don't come to us with any interesting ideas, whether you're a business, whether you're a community, whether you're an individual. And we actually do still want that. At least that's for me. Something I still want. So, and I just don't want to lose that if this goes the way I think it will go, which is a receipt of information. We need to make sure we continue to encourage Edmontonians to think of interesting ideas across the city that can help build us an even better city. And so, because I think that was the right intent behind this specific project, and then just more broadly, we need to make sure we're doing that on a day-to-day basis, because I think that's something we've asked for within city administration. We want them to look at innovation and creative ideas, and again, should not take this receipt of information as please don't do that. No, please continue. It's just how we do those things going forward is, I think for me, one of the biggest lessons. So I'll vote receipt of information, and thank you very much, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Oh, yes, Councillor Stevenson moved it. Thank you so much. I wanted to start, when I spoke to this, telling a bit of a story. So when I was driving into executive committee meeting on Wednesday and dropping my kids off at daycare, we were listening to the radio and they were talking about the gondola. And my kids' faces lit up, thinking that was so cool, how awesome it would be and how fun that would be. And I mean, they've ridden the gondolas in Jasper, Banff, so, and I saw that whimsy and that excitement in their eyes, and I see that with this project. I really, truly do. And so I agree and echo Councillor Knack's comment about, it's not to shut down innovation. It's not to shut down that real sense of what can be in this city in the future. However, we do have to do it in a good way. And I think that the message we heard loud and clear at executive was that this was not necessarily the way that was going to end well. I was worried specifically about harms, and what I saw at the executive committee meeting on Wednesday showed me that moving forward at this stage would cause more harm, cause more stress, and cause more division, quite frankly, within the Indigenous community for some answers. And I wasn't prepared to take that risk. When I think about the decision that we have, ultimately the question comes down to, do we have enough information to make the decision and pre-commit public assets? Because whether there's money exchanging hands or not, the river valley is a public asset. And it's not just ground, it's also the air, it's also our skyline. And those things are invaluable. I think we've completely undervalued, quite frankly, in the lease agreement, the value of those things. But we don't have the answer to that is no. And the risk in pre-committing ourselves to a lease and land agreement without those answers is a risk I'm not willing to take. And I want to echo or build on a comment that was made by Councillor Salvador too, in that when we're in these roles, in these seats, our role is ultimately public good. What is best for the public? And when I think about, and after listening to executive on Wednesday, who is benefiting from this project? Because it certainly is not many of the Indigenous communities that we heard from. It's definitely not transit users who will, if they want to use the gondola for commuting, pay twice. It's not the nearby residents that will be faced with this. And it's not the environmental groups that are concerned about some of the environmental impact assessments. And it's also ultimately not going to be in the benefit of this public sector in terms of risk. One of the comments that was the most impactful to me at executive was this idea of you cannot remediate my ancestors' bones and remains. And so no bond, no amount of thing can bring back what we currently have. The best thing to do is to protect it, whether that's an environmental or whether that's a sacred space for our Indigenous neighbors. I totally welcome the motion, the subsequent that I hope will be brought forward, but I do think we have to ultimately look at the social, the environmental, and the financial cost of using our public sector assets for private endeavors. And so for that reason, I will accept this report for information. Hopefully, we can still find a path forward for something really innovative and whimsical like the gondola, but I don't think it can be at this time or in these locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think given what was just shared, I think gondola may just come back, Councillor Rutherford. This has been, I think, a few times a year we get such a packed house and so many members come out from the community to share their thoughts and perspectives. That was actually pretty incredible to see and hear from Edmontonians. So thank you to everybody who has engaged in this conversation, whether speaking at City Hall or communicating your thoughts in other ways. And I also do want to say, kudos to the team, to the proponents for bringing this forward. That also takes, bravery as well. And I think, they've overcome a lot from the last decision point to when this project was first just an idea that was floated during the Edmonton project. I think they've overcome a lot of requirements that, the city has introduced. You did everything you were asked to do. And I think that takes a lot of persistence. Not to mention, attracting international investment, that takes a lot of effort as well. So I want to acknowledge that. And I guess, to Councillor Knack, I think this does send a message that we're, and I want to say we, I don't mean the city so much, but the collective, we, the community, we ask Edmontonians to bring forward ideas, but not actually, when it comes to implementation. We ask a ton of questions and not really let it move forward. And I would be worried about, future initiatives at this scale where people, come forward in this way. This was a factor that I weighed. I'm going to be supporting so I can get this right, receive for information today. And I want to outline a few reasons why. There's lots of conversations, and I anticipate that in the future conversation around the burial ground, our relationship with the land in this area, it will continue to come forward. As there are reports, and Rossdale is still very much an outstanding conversation. So appreciate my colleagues for working on subsequent on that. And in fact, I will say that we've heard opportunities for reconciliation from both sides. And, I was particularly interested in hearing about Indigenous-led archaeological excavation. That's something I didn't really know before. I appreciate learning about that. People have talked about access to River Valley. There are currently multiple ways of getting across the river, and even ones potentially envisioned for the future. And we can always improve access into the River Valley from wayfinding to, docks. I don't think gondola is the only answer. We've also talked about economic development and how it might contribute to downtown vibrancy. And again, I would say that gondola is not the only answer, nor the game changer. When it comes to environmental impact, I think back in 2016, 2017, I didn't support, there was a tower that was going to be built on Parkland. Even though at the time it was a very small parcel and had, some would say, minimum ecological value. But I also didn't support, solar farm as a resident being built on River Valley, even though some would say that parcel was barren and empty anyways. I didn't think it was a fair trade-off. Mostly because I was worried about continuous encroachment into Parkland and slow erosion of River Valley land, where one example simply sets the precedent for the next and the next and the next. And I know that in this case, the footprint we're talking about is small, but this doesn't stop my concern about setting precedent. Some have said that this is a private investment. It's not up to the city to decide whether it's risky or not. And if the business case fails, it should be on the initiative rather than city predetermining that. But I think as potential landlord, we should be questioning this risk question. And I am a fan of taking risks, small risks, intentional risks, risks that will allow us to learn and adapt and build upon the previous learnings. But this project at this scale is its own league. And I don't think we've done enough due diligence to proceed. While, to be fair, all the things we want to see happen, whether it's environmental impact assessment or Indigenous engagement, and the proponent is willing and prepared and ready to conduct all that, but we can't agree on the sequence of activities. And I think ultimately the crux of this is, does Edmonton want or need a gondola? How will this benefit public good? And I don't think we do, particularly thinking about those in my ward. And I don't want to lead this conversation on any further. I don't think it's fair for the proponents, for your investors, for the city, and for Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So I would like to say, when last Wednesday, when we were in executive committee, so I actually very surprised to heard so many concerns and brought by our public speakers. The reason for me to say that, because based on information I received, this project right now is already in phase 3. So we have lots of pre-efforts and from different parts and who involved this project already put on, including our city administration's efforts, times, resources, and energies. So that actually make me a little bit worried and concerned. And if this project is already in phase 3, and then we still have so many concerns, that sends the message you say we are missing some information or we are missing some steps and moving the project forward. That is a message actually sent very clearly and from our public speakers, from our Edmontonians. So I was ready to moving forward, to looking for the opportunity and to get the form and the comprehensive through an Indigenous engagement, and then to respect our Indigenous community, and then to also to respect their voice. And so I was ready to move forward for that direction. But I'm happy today and then to say yes to just received as information. At the same time, I would like to say as a city, yes, and then we need to take care of our community. We need to listen to the voice from our community. At the same time, I know we also need to look at the general process guidance or the opportunities, how we can engage more private sectors to contribute to our city's economic development. That is another point I would like to say. I don't have the solution at this point, but I always has that willingness to look at how to looking for that opportunity. We can bring better investment, and we can bring better, more investment to work with our public sectors, and then to create that better quality life and for our Edmontonians. So in the past few weeks, I visit many neighborhoods and in my ward. I actually ask my constituents' thoughts and opinion on this project. And many younger families get very excited. Like my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, mentioned that. There's the kids because right now there are so many kids at home. When we heard we were talking about this, they get so excited. So we have this project. And they say, that means right now we say yes to this received information does not mean we will shut down, and then the future opportunity, and for us to look at how we can use the way or explore the way, and for all our Edmontonians can accept, and not only certain percentage, maybe we can include all the communities and including our indigenous communities. That is a very important voice we need to hear. And to find a way to attract more investment, and then also use that investment and to support our local business as well, and to get our business supported, to get our business back to normal, and then to create that environment, and our Edmontonians can enjoy life here better. So I really looking forward for those type of opportunities, and then I looking forward, and we really find a way we can do that formal Indigenous engagement to respect that community, and also to consider carefully for the culture sensitivity as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So it's no secret that I haven't, I've been skeptical of this project from the beginning. And I'm glad that Councillor Rutherford brought up the notion of whimsy and delight, because that conversations with residents and members of our community who were in favor of the project, that was the thing that attracted them to it, the bold vision, something that was a little bit out of the box, and it tempered my own skepticism and opposition. And I see in that, and I, on the weekend, for instance, rode the streetcar over the high-level bridge. It's one of my favorite Edmonton things. If you haven't done it, you should do it, because it's really fun. It's $7 round trip. But it's busy because people are looking to experience their city and the river valley in a different way. And I think those opportunities are still there. My opposition from the beginning was focused on finances, protecting the interests of Edmontonians, not only financially, but in terms of our brand and reputation. The city doesn't need to have another infrastructure project that doesn't live up to the public's expectations, private or publicly funded. And we also, I think, have a transit system that we're trying to bring up to public expectations. And I've always thought that I was concerned that this conversation detracted a little bit from the necessary improvements we need to make to our transit system. And I say that as someone who represents a lot of neighborhoods that lost regular transit service in the bus network redesign. But I think what is really striking, and so that's sort of how we came to this point and my own position on it. I think what's interesting to me at this point, I was concerned that if we said no to this project in this way, that the message would be that Edmonton is closed for business, that we're not interested in funding investment coming into our city. But I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's fair because, and I, gesture to the mayor a little bit, there's ESG criteria out there now, environment, social governance criteria out there. And I cannot imagine in 5 or 10 years anyone wanting to invest in a project that had not adequately considered the needs of an Indigenous site, something so sensitive. And I cannot foresee that not adequately addressing that sensitivity, not building those relationships, would be an acceptable approach in any investment context. I don't see that, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because that hasn't always been the case. But you cannot get an infrastructure project moving forward today unless you have done not just adequate but exemplary Indigenous engagement and you've built those relationships. And having sat here through the solar farm debate, where I think that there was a very high-minded discussion about
the need, for instance, for renewable energy. That Indigenous engagement piece was still foundational, and it took a lot of time out of the discussion. So, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So I hope that the message here today is not, we don't welcome investment, we don't welcome big ideas, but that when you are coming with big ideas and when you are coming with big money, you know, we do expect that you will meet a very, I think, basic test of doing that engagement and doing it properly and building those relationships. I hope that is the message that's taken away. And when those bold, big ideas come back, they come back with strong relationships and really thorough partnership agreements with our Indigenous communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Anyone else to speak? Okay, Councillor Jens, can you please take the chair?
Received.
Thank you. I just want to start where Councillor Hamilton left off on this notion that somehow giving approval to this project may leave the impression that Edmonton is not open for business. I know a number of companies and number of projects that have moved forward with very good, meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, worth billions of dollars investments from every sector, in every sector. As a matter of fact, I led a project as a federal minister that required us to engage with 129 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. And it was done successfully, and it withheld a court challenge. So I think if somebody is thinking that meaningful consultation is a hindrance for business development, business growth, that is absolutely not the case. I think receiving this for information provides clarity for future investments, that there's expectation here from Edmontonians that we want to live our values on reconciliation with Indigenous communities. And that has to be meaningful. It cannot be the usual way of doing things. I had a number of concerns on this project from the lack of clarity on the business case and the risk that poses to the city, to the river valley, whether we have to clean it up later on if this goes belly up. I had concerns about the environmental impact of it and the aesthetic on the river valley or impact on public transit. I think those could have been resolved. Maybe if we had gone to the next stage, maybe they would have been resolved by the proponent. But one thing for me is fundamental, and which is a make and break on this, is the lack of authentic engagement with Indigenous communities. It had not happened. I wish it had, but did not. And we heard from a number of Indigenous leaders that now that we are here, let's reimagine. Let's reimagine this site and what their potential is. But reimagine not in a just a usual way, but reimagine it by being led with Indigenous wisdom. Let the Indigenous communities lead this engagement or reimagine this site. And we heard from Indigenous communities, they are innovative. They are pro-growth, they are pro-development. But when it comes to significant site like this, that has so much importance, so much history for the city and for Indigenous communities and early settlers, people's ancestors have been buried here. And we heard through their stories that some of those graves might have been moved because of the flooding and all that. So there could be remains anywhere and everywhere on this site. And I just cannot, in good conscience, support a project that even have the slightest doubt that it could be built on ancestral burial ground. Particularly when we have made such a strong commitment as a city, as a municipality, to reconciliation with indigenous communities. Particularly after we had such a profound, yes, controversial sometimes visit from the Pope, and we had the ability to engage as a country on our role and our responsibility on reconciliation, right? So I think it's a rights approach to receive this for information. Proponents can still continue to work on this if they want to. They can, reimagine this project if they want to. But this site needs to be reimagined by indigenous wisdom and by indigenous communities. And I look forward to the subsequent motions coming from Councillor Paquette. And I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all of my colleagues for their comments. I think that everything I wanted to say, I think, has been said. I did want to take a moment, though, I think because we sort of changed direction, we haven't spent enough time thanking staff for the great work that I think you did on the agreements. I think our interests were protected. I was really impressed at the negotiations in terms of the bonds and the other protections that you negotiate for Edmontonians. So thank you for that work. Again, thank you to Prairie Sky Gondola and everyone that's been involved. Your passion and vision for our city is certainly welcome and appreciated. I'm grateful to everyone who emailed me to share their excitement and their cautions about the project, including environmental, privacy, and aesthetic impacts. And thank you also to all the speakers who came out last week. I learned so much from those conversations and appreciate how we were called to fulfill our commitment to reconciliation. So echoing many of my colleagues, I hope that people don't hear that the message is this council isn't open to big and audacious ideas. We do want to continue to hear those coming forward. And I also hope that it's incredibly clear that this type of intentional Indigenous engagement isn't a barrier or a hindrance, as noted by the Mayor, for future projects. Experiences like the ward naming strategy or Kichiaski speak to the great things that can come from this type of intentional and Indigenous-led processes and the value it brings to all treaty people. I look forward to the subsequent motion that I believe is upcoming to help further this work, and thanks again everyone for the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
You timed out. Would you like me to share the results?
I think it'll be better if they're displayed on the screen.
Sure.
We can wait.
I'm in it. Yep. Yep. The vote's closed.
I'm sorry?
You'll have to,
Is it back?
no, it's been and gone.
Can we reset it?
Yep,
Can please
Yep, for sure.
do reset it?
yep, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No worries. I think there's a lot of people probably watching. They want to see the results on the screens. Yeah. So the voting system is back. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. It has passed. Okay. Okay, now we are on to subsequent motions. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to move that administration prepare a report to the relevant committee outlining a potential governance structure that empowers Indigenous MOU partners and communities with historical and cultural connections to Rossdale to provide direct input on the implementation of the River Crossing Business Plan, Touch the Water, and future developments on the Rossdale Flats location, and summarizing the City of Edmonton's current approach to private development and land use on locations of special cultural, spiritual, or historical significance. And due date February 2023.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And just to introduce this, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for working with me on this all weekend in your office and my office. Our staff really put their hearts into this and really worked with administration and the clerks to get this right. You know, I don't really have much to add in introduction that hasn't already been said by our colleagues in the preceding item. And so I guess what I would say, if you can hear me,
yeah, we can, but if you, before you further introduce it, there's a second part to the motion as well. That is that a separate subsequent motion, Madam Clerk? Maybe you want to read that in as well.
I thought I heard him say both parts.
Both parts? Oh,
I did say both
God,
parts.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I missed it then. Sorry about that. Okay.
Oh no, it's good
sorry
to be. It's good to make sure all the dots are the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Go ahead.
As they say.
Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, so I don't have a lot to add. Just you know, an introduction. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any questions on the subsequent? Anyone? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Just a very quick question. So, to administration, some of this work is already done, or we never done some work?
I think it's fair to say we've done some of this before, but I think in light of what we've heard and some of in line with some of the commentary, I think a lot has changed, and I think the way this is worded is very helpful to us in terms of providing clear direction to set expectations. So, but I would say we've never really done the first one. We've done a bit of the second one, and of course we'll summarize that. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rice. I see no more questions on this. Councillor Paquette, I'll go to you to close.
Okay. Did you want to say any words yourself, Mr. Mayor?
You know, Councillor Jans, can you take the chair? And we are just into 3 minutes, right, before 5 o'clock. I really look forward to the work that will come out of this this motion, and I hope that council members will support this, because this really speaks to what we heard from Indigenous leaders during the when they made presentations last week, and I think this will really indicate to them that we heard them, that we listened carefully, that we consider their input. Now we are acting on that input, and it will go a long way in maybe healing some of the pain that these conversations, when they come over, revisited. Anytime there's a discussion around that site, and it opens up the wounds and the pain, and hopefully that this sort of work, that this subsequent imagines will help us heal that and maybe a better way forward on the Rossdale Flats. Yeah, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Paquette to close.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the eye on the clock, I'll be quick. doing something like this is sort of a beginning stage. There are relationships we built, and it should be noted even before we begin the process of this process that these are things that will change over time as relationships change, and that's just something to keep in mind. I look forward to support from council on this, and I think this is a really important step. It looks small, but I think we'll have really positive results for the city of Edmonton and how we grow and how we walk together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has passed. Thank you so much. Is that it, Councillor Paquette?
That's it from me.
Thank you. Any other subsequent motions? I don't see. Okay. And that concludes item 7.5, and we are at 4:59.
Can I just recap publicly what we're doing when we come back on
Yes,
Wednesday?
please.
Is
Yeah, if
that
you don't
okay?
mind, please.
So when we come back on Wednesday, we're going to start with 7.2, then we'll move to 7.4. And just a flag that in talking with administration, item 9.5 must be dealt with. A decision on that matter must be made on Wednesday. And then we have 8 motions pending.
Okay.
I have faith.
So sorry, which item was that must be dealt with?
9.5, it's a private report
Got
titled
it.
New
Okay.
Investment Response. It's a verbal.
Okay. Okay, sure. We'll figure out time on Wednesday.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Until then, we are adjourned.